Welcome to the fourth round of the Sligo Chess Festival 2026. Today we're going to be commentating on Grandmaster Felix Blohberger's game and maybe some other games. I see on the stream that our names have been labeled wrongly. So I am Grandmaster Alex Colovic, and I'm joined today, apparently, by Mr. Dodgy.
Hello, this is Mr. Dodgy. Grandmaster Alex, nice to be here on the same stream with you. I hope to learn a lot from your insightful analysis. So I'm really looking forward to this. Yeah, I'm looking forward to some exciting games as well.
Yeah, I think this should be a good round for us to commentate on because Felix is going to be playing against a 2100 rated player, and I personally would like to learn how to beat 2100 rated players.
Hey, me too, eh? Not just you, me too, eh? I mean, look, I mean, seriously, it's become so tough. I mean, okay, this is 2100 player, but FIDE master, okay? So it's like not so maybe clear cut. But I think everybody experiences this, not just me as a, let's say, a weak grandmaster, or like, but also I think stronger players who actually suffer a lot when they face weaker opponents, even if they are rated 2100, because I mean, just everybody knows a lot nowadays. I think just yesterday I was okay. There was a interview by Nepo, and I mean, I didn't watch it. I don't have time to watch interviews. I just take the transcript and then do a summary and look for exact quotes for something that interests me. And he actually said this, that nowadays you play I don't know, weaker player, whatever, and you surprise them in the opening. So you play something you've never played before. Okay, they couldn't prepare, but they still bang out the theory, like very, very smoothly, And he
Yeah.
kind of blamed courses for this. Okay, yeah, I'm to blame here, I suppose. A lot of courses are from my side, but and this like a lot of resources being available, so it's tough. So I don't expect an easy game today by Felix or by anyone actually.
No, I agree, and I think there's definitely a big difference between now and like 20 years ago, for example. I think 20 years ago, a Grandmaster would easily catch out a 2000 rated player
Oh
in the
yeah,
opening, and okay, maybe not every game, but quite regularly they would catch you in some opening trap and the game is over in like 15, 20 moves. And that
yeah.
doesn't seem to happen so regularly nowadays.
No.
And it seems like a bit more work for the Grandmasters as well because they have to find something that doesn't kill the game immediately. They have to have there's some dangerous stuff where they have to get a playable position. They have to find something that can use their understanding a bit better.
But
Um,
even then, it's not easy. Even then, it's not easy. For example, I mean, I'll tell you again from my experience that I'm at a loss because I play somebody weaker and I'm thinking, okay, I'm supposed to be the stronger player, so probably I have better understanding. Like so, let's play something calm, strategic, where I decrease my risk of blunder and so on. And then just what happens is that actually it's me that gets getting outplayed. I mean, and then I have to calculate my way out of trouble. Or vice versa. I'd say, okay, let's go tactical, let's just outcalculate them, and then they outcalculate me. And then again I
yeah.
have to find ways to save my skin. So it's not quite clear what type of game you should be aiming for, what you should be playing for. At least for me, it's confusing.
Yeah, it's very tricky. So we are on a 15-minute delay. We should be getting the moves in
All right.
about 1 minute or so,
Okay.
and then we'll start to
Yeah, and
play the
there is
game.
actually
So,
how do you say it? Fellow Macedonian playing in the tournament.
mhm.
He's a young guy. He's playing on board two, Emil Risteski. And I'm surprised he went that far all the way to Ireland to play a tournament, but okay, good for him. And he seems to be doing well. I think he's on 100%, I think, 3 out of 3.
Yep.
So,
I personally am not surprised that he went to Sligo because I think Sligo is a very beautiful place, and
uh-huh.
it's kind of tricky to get to
Yeah.
from the airport, but Dublin is a good airport to travel to. Like there's Ryanair flights from basically everywhere to Dublin, so it's super cheap to get there. And then okay, you have to figure out how to get from the airport to Sligo. It could be a couple hours in a car.
Uh-huh.
But once you're there, it's a nice place. It's on the beach. Pretty cold this time of year, but very pretty. And
Okay.
also there's no snow.
Ah,
So
no snow.
for people like me, that's a big plus. It does feel very summery, to be honest.
Very
I'm the
summery.
only one who goes to these places for the weather. I go to Blackhandsay for the weather. I go to Sligo for the weather.
Great choices indeed. Great choices for
And
yeah.
we have
Yeah,
some
so, okay,
moves. We have a French.
we have
Okay,
a
so
French.
I looked at Felix's games this morning. I had a quick check to see kind of what his opening
Uh-huh.
repertoire is. Basically he's a 50-50 E5 and C5 guy, which is kind of normal, I think.
Uh-huh.
So those are his two main weapons. He did play a Najdorf earlier in the tournament.
Exactly. I was going to say that. I was hoping for a Najdorf, my favorite opening, but now instead I get French hate. And I hope it's an error in transmission. Let's see.
I don't know. We'll see. Well, I mean, the problem for me is the exchange. If we don't see an exchange, then we have a perfect opening.
Maybe let's see. But okay, if this is correct, okay, and we assume it is, probably the opponent is surprised because okay, normally you don't think on move two. Okay, okay, advance. Okay, so that's already something interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is very interesting.
Yeah.
If I could have the advance or knight c3 in every game, I would always play the French. This would be my main
Okay,
opening with
but okay, I think I've mentioned this to you earlier. I think because the exchange is not such horrible. I mean, you remember like the Gukesh Ding game in the World Championship match. Actually, Ding with black outplayed Gukesh in the exchange. So
Yeah. No, I mean you can definitely have a game, but every time I get it, I think, oh, I don't want to be here anymore,
ah
and then I regret
yeah
my opening choice, and I wish I could have just played one c5 or
yeah
one
yeah yeah
e5 or one c6 or one g6 or one
yes.
h6 or any other move.
Any other move
Uh,
but the French? Yeah
okay, like you can play the French exchange and just be patient and get a game. I
yeah
think
yeah.
that's
Be
fine.
patient. Exactly.
But here we have a game. We
Yeah, yeah,
have
no, no.
a
This will be interesting because I mean, I okay, being an E4 player like all my life, whenever I faced the French for like decades, forever, basically, I always played knight c3.
Mhm.
But then, okay, there was a period when I switched to d4 and stuff like that. And then when I kind of tried to revamp my e4 repertoire, I was considering what to do against the French and okay, different openings. But against the French, actually, I figured out that it's impractical to play knight c3 or knight d2 because against both, black has at least two good options. Against, let's say, knight c3 is winawer with bishop b4, the classical knight f6, and even the Rubinstein with d4. And it's kind of to prepare against three different very solid lines with a lot of theory. Didn't seem practical to me, and in fact I figured out that the most practical was to actually go for the advance. And this is what I recommended also in my chessable course, 1e4 simplified, because it's very practical. You don't kind of you just set the game in a direction that you prefer. I mean, obviously here black has a choice. Okay, black can go queen b6, black can go bishop d7, black can go knight d7. These are the main options for black. But still, the structure is always the same. This e6, d5, d4, e5. The ideas are more common, and I think it's a practical choice for white against the French.
Yeah, no, I think the advance is the most natural way to play. I think you could explain the advance to quite a low rated player, and they would grasp the concept of it pretty quickly. Whereas with like higher rate with the Knight C3, there are some things you just can't
Yeah,
explain ever.
yeah,
You're
it's
just
hard. It's hard.
yeah,
Yes, yes,
this works because it works.
exactly,
Um,
exactly, exactly.
so
Yeah,
we do
yeah, yeah.
have people in the chat. Peter is very excited about seeing the French. I agree.
Oh,
And Jonah says he feels like Felix will go bishop d7. And you have a
let's
big
see.
fan, which is Pack Chess 69. He's excited to see you specifically. Not me, but that's fine. Um, okay, so I was gonna say something, I forgot what it was now.
I mean,
Wait,
from
that's what I was gonna say actually. So after bishop d7, I remember I was giving lessons to someone once, a kind of lower rated player,
uh
and after bishop d7 in their online games, 15 times they'd faced bishop to b5,
whoa,
and every single time they played a6. Whereas knight takes e5 is actually pretty strong there.
yeah, pretty strong.
We can move the pieces on the board, by the way. We
Okay,
can,
okay,
yeah.
let's see.
Yeah, so this person had this position 15 times and just didn't spot
Oh,
it.
wow.
So it's,
That's something, yeah. I mean, from a white perspective, I was always most annoyed by Queen B6. Okay, he played. No, he didn't play. Okay, Queen B6, and here, like at the beginning, I was actually looking. I mean, I never liked A3 because of C4, and it was too blockaded, too closed for my taste.
yeah.
Even though A3 is considered the main move and so forth.
Hmm.
So basically, I was looking at these pawn sacrifices with Bishop D3, like takes, Bishop D7, castles, Knight D4, and here I had like really massive analysis with Knight BD2. I think this was called the Milner Berry, maybe
Yeah, I think that's
Gambit or something. I
yeah.
don't know. I had really, and I won also some very nice games, but again, to always sacrifice a pawn and revise your analysis before each game is not so great. So in the course, for example, I actually went for Bishop E2, which is quite playable, in fact, and quite decent. Some
Interesting.
very interesting positions. So yeah, I'm interested also to see what he comes up with. Okay, he goes Knight G7. That's the rarest of the three moves, but also possible.
Hmm.
Yeah, it just stays flexible,
Yeah.
The
Okay,
knight.
first things first. So for the viewers, what happens if he just takes the pawn on c5?
Yeah, then just knight G6, just gives the pawn back, yeah, because there is double attack.
Yep. So it's not really a pawn sacrifice.
Not
It's
really a
just
pawn sacrifice, no. But
yep.
the point with knight G7 is it blocks this A3 F8 diagonal, so white can actually go knight A3. And the
Hmm.
idea is to get the knight to C2 to reinforce the D4 pawn. So for example, CD, and now there is no bishop A3 to spoil the structure.
Yeah.
And if knight F5, knight C2, and the knight just managed to complete the rerouting, yeah. So
Hmm.
everything is well defended, and then bishop E2 or bishop D3, white develops, and so on. So that's kind of, in a way, considered the way how to uh, continue after knight G7. But let's see what white does, yeah? Let's see what white does. I'm not sure if the showing of the time is exact because
I think the delay usually messes up the
ah,
times a bit,
all right.
so it probably isn't going to be correct
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
within like a 15-minute window or so.
Yeah,
Um,
because I mean, look, I mean, from Black's perspective, from Felix's perspective, it's like, okay, I play the French, probably surprise the guy, I check what he plays, and unless he never played the advance, you would be prepared against it. So knight G7 is your choice of line. You could choose something else. Yeah.
mhm.
And okay, white is thinking now, and if white is surprised, then it doesn't show on the clock because white played at tempo so far. I mean, he hasn't spent nothing. He played on increment time, whereas black has. So I don't know why black has spent more like 3 minutes already on the first five moves.
Um, yeah, it's not totally clear. I was just gonna check. I'm not sure what his opponent usually plays. Yeah, his opponent, because so what I was thinking is perhaps Jason is a D4 player, and he's
Uh-huh.
already surprised Felix on move one, but he's already played E4 in this tournament, so,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
so probably
It
that's
should not have
not
come as a surprise.
shouldn't be a complete shock. Okay, yeah, he's played E4 in both games, so
Uh-huh.
not a it's not a first move surprise. Because if he plays D4 regularly and he plays E4 here, and then that might have been why Felix didn't play the Sicilian because
Could be, yeah, fearing some sort of preparation, yeah.
yeah. Especially in the Nidorf, which we know is Felix's main weapon,
Yeah,
then
yeah.
okay, maybe you're a bit vulnerable there to some prep.
Yeah, yeah. This is something I discovered personally that like when I was playing just the Nidorf for a very long time, I was very often targeted, even by people who did not play the Nidorf. Okay, they would play the Nidorf against me and just target me in some line. I
Mhm.
mean, it's not kind of pleasant.
Yep.
Okay, so goes knight a3. Can I just yeah,
Oh, he played 93. Okay.
yeah, knight a3. Okay, okay. So main yeah, I think we're getting the moves with the more than usual delay because he still played it at tempo, according at least to this clock time, 1:30:07. So
Mhm.
so I don't know.
Okay.
Let's see.
Yeah, okay, knight e3 has been played, so we expect. So should he take on d4 first, or?
I think it's better not to and keep some flexibility,
Mhm.
but I think it's possible. I think main lines at some point black takes, goes some knight f5, queen b6. There are different ideas. Sometimes even knight g6 is played, though that may be vulnerable to h4, h5. So I don't know if I'm allowed to open my prep, you know.
Well, we're not playing, so I think it's allowed. Yeah, we're
You think it's
allowed to
allowed? But if
show
I
all sources.
if I open it, will it show on the screen or it will not?
It might actually, yeah. So maybe
Uh, then it's a bit
maybe we'll
tricky.
have to keep your prep secret
I have to keep my prep secret here. I'm playing a game this weekend, so I don't know, you know. I never know who's watching, you know.
That's true.
No, but okay, just as an example, in fact, last month I also played a game, okay, in Germany, and I'm playing with white.
Hmm.
And then I play some d4 and we get some queen's gambit decline. And after the game, my opponent tells me, oh, but you know, I was looking at your last video on your YouTube channel, you know, and there you proposed some interesting ideas in the Catalan, and I was expecting you to play the Catalan. It was like, what the hell? Why am I telling all these things? You know, I don't know who's watching that, and should I follow my own recommendations or change every time? I just what to do.
I just throw in red herrings everywhere. I played some Blitz game on my like public account this morning.
Uh-huh.
I'm like, okay, I'll play the English for a few games. I'm not gonna play the English in any other game. I, but if somebody wastes some time, like, oh, he switched to the English. This is in the open.
Yeah. Yeah,
Take
it's
interest.
a tricky business. Yeah, how to confuse your opponents.
Yeah. Should we have a quick look at some of the other games then and
Yeah, let's
see
see. Let's
how
see. Okay, let's see
what they did
board two.
before?
What's my compatriot doing? Nimzo Indian. Let's see. Three castles. Rook eight. Okay. D5. Okay, normal stuff. E4. Okay, this is not normal stuff, but it's interesting.
Hmm.
Okay, normally what they do is they exchange to some sort of Carlsbad. But
Yeah.
E4, okay, I don't remember seeing this. And E5. And take. Okay, what's this? Interesting, yeah.
Hmm.
Okay.
So is Rook take is this safe or
I don't know. I don't know. I was thinking the
yeah.
same.
It looks a bit scary.
I was thinking the same. Maybe knight G3 can go check. Take, and now some bishop somewhere. Threatening bishop C5. I don't know. This is weird, yeah?
Yeah, this looks
This is weird.
very much like it could be lost for for probably black. I guess white's kind of fine.
No, white is not really in danger because okay,
Yeah.
I open some luft or king f1, then I get down, and then I stop collecting stuff left and right. So white is not
Yeah,
risky.
but it's just funny to see the position and go, okay, white's the one who's completely fine, but white is a piece down here as well.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
but yeah, immediately you can see that kind of white's not in any trouble, even though it's for now it
Exactly.
is a full piece.
Exactly. Yeah. But I mean, if he doesn't take the pawn, okay, knight c6. I don't know if f4, f6, something like this. Comes very concrete. I mean, I don't know. Probably black will regain the pawn, but what happens then? I don't know. Let's say something like this. I mean, visually, I like white, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like white has decent chances here,
Yeah, I mean,
but
some nice centralization, you know, some majority. This pawn is blocked.
yeah,
Well,
this
okay,
makes
we'll see
sense.
what my compatriot does. But okay, he's also has played on increment time, so he took. All right, so he took.
So this must be some preparation, surely.
Yeah, it must be some preparation. So I mean, okay, if white doesn't just white wants to make a draw, whatever, just go knight c3 and then you're fine. Okay, threaten something like this, threaten this. Even here it seems that white has some initiative, but okay, black needs to be Careful, but rook d8, I don't know what's going on. Maybe okay, maybe knight c6 is good, yeah, but not sure. Okay, maybe this is something. And then bishop b7. Yeah, this. Okay, maybe this is okay. Maybe knight
Yeah.
c6. All right, so maybe he's not losing.
No, he's not losing. I checked it a little bit. His like rook c8 is still good as well. Like allowing rook d8 is still fine as well.
Sorry, what is fine?
Rook takes e4.
Ah, rook d8, rook e4, rook c8, and then
Rook e2.
okay, bishop e3.
Rook b2.
Oh, just munching, yeah.
Yeah, and then rook d1, just f6.
And then what?
F6.
f6. Okay, I have to play something, yeah, and then king f7. Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, so maybe it's not. Oh, bishop c5, king f7, check. But even this looks, I mean, it looks dangerous. Come on, here, check, here. I don't know, g3. How is this okay?
Wait, after bishop c5, there's knight a6.
Knight a6.
Ah, okay, yeah.
And some compensation, yeah. No, I mean compensation,
Oh,
not compensation, but okay, some black
it's
is
like
better.
+4 now.
Yeah, now black is winning. Yeah.
Okay, I'm
Nah,
cheating.
okay.
I'm checking with the engines. So I won't pretend I figured this out. But yeah, it's yeah. I mean, I guess we thought that white was in no danger as well, which is kind of interesting. That
Yeah. Ah, so what did he? Ah, okay, he's thinking, yeah. All right, this is interesting, yeah.
yeah, this I think this is a bit safer.
All right, let's see. Let's see. Go back to okay. Ah, he played bishop d7. Okay, so now it's a not really a transposition to the bishop d7 lines, but it's strange. Like if he wanted to go bishop d7, he could have gone bishop d7 here, not allowing knight a3. I wonder what he had in mind. We'll see.
Interesting.
Yeah, normally knight c2, bishop d3. That's how it goes. Let's see what white comes up with. Okay, let's check board 3. What is this? C5 takes d4 c4. All right. This is strange because normally people play knight c6 and stuff like that, and no, it will be some IQP position. But
Yep.
c4, I think I recommended this for white. This setup like e3 knight f3. I think in my one c4 simplified, and I must have looked at this obviously, but I don't remember what I've looked at against c4. I mean, it's one thing to look at theory, another thing to remember it actually, you know.
Yeah, I guess here. So sometimes you just want to go b3 immediately, but this probably doesn't work.
Yeah, probably some bishop before, yeah.
Yeah. Like if you'd already castled, then just maybe the immediate b3 to break it up and get some pressure on queen side might be something, but
But he went bishop d2, a6 preparing some b5, yeah? a4 stopping.
yeah, okay, so he wants b3 as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. Which I think makes sense. I think it's well, I guess it's just an easier position to play if you can.
But for whom?
For white, I guess.
Think so. My experience in these positions, in this structure, okay, d5, c4 against e3, d5. Sometimes even after bc3 as well. I'm always on the worst side. Even if I play with black or white, I'm always being outplayed. I don't really fully understand these positions. I mean, somehow I always end up on worse, irrelevant of playing white or black. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I understand the ideas and everything, but when I play, actually, then somehow it doesn't work out. But this bishop e6 is strange. I mean, normal, just take, knight c6.
Yeah. Well, bishop e6 is kind of interesting because I guess you don't really want to take on c4.
No, but I mean, this is critical because if I can push
Okay.
e4, I don't know if
Yeah.
I can push e4 because maybe it's under attack. But maybe queen b1. Because if I can set the center in motion, then white is much better.
Yeah.
And you're not getting b5 or anything. So it's a double-edged decision to allow bcdc. If it works, then it's okay. But if it doesn't, then it's a kind of a. And he played quickly, like even on increment time. So maybe even this is some sort of prep.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, yeah, again, I'm not too sure how accurate the clocks are going to be, so maybe. But again, either way, they've not spent a lot of time. We're only half an hour into the game, so they can't have spent too much time.
Yeah, but for example, take queen b1, the bishop is king, and I want to go e4.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks kind of a bit scary, actually.
I mean, I don't know. Let's say takes bishop d5. Yeah, so controlling, defending. Maybe it's not straightforward, and probably it's not. But I mean, it's pretty double-edged situation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, bishop b4, stopping castling. It's very sharp.
Yeah, it feels like black is maybe pushing it, but because like if knight d2, if you get time to play knight d2, then
Yeah,
I
knight
feel
d2
like it,
e4.
yeah, might get into trouble. Even if you just play bishop b2 castles, knight d2,
Yeah, sure. Just finish
really
development,
slowly.
then move the knight and or there, and then try to push f3, 4. I don't know. It looks weird. Maybe somehow black survives on a move by move basis, but on a general kind of point of view, I mean, this majority is not going anywhere. The pawn is blocked, whereas the white central pawns are not. So still, I don't know. So what's going on? Okay, still thinking, yeah, and thinking for a while. All right, let's go back to Felix's game. Okay, knight c2.
Actually, I think we should jump to board 7.
Board 7.
Yeah,
Why?
because we're Catalan. Okay, so I've played this. So this line is not very good, but
Uh-huh.
I've played it several times. This
But not good for
A4
whom?
before white.
For
It's
black.
not. No, it's okay. So this A4 thing is not. It's a bit too early, or it's not really.
All right.
It's fine. Like it's a move, but basically black should just play A5 and have a reasonable version of normal
Uh-huh.
Catalan stuff. But my experience, so I've played this 3 times in classical
Normally,
games,
uh-huh.
and no one has ever played A5 against me. But
I
every time
know.
I play it online, they always play A5.
It's the most automatic move to make, yeah?
Yeah. But the problem is if B6, which is kind of the normal thing,
Yeah.
this is kind of the autopilot that they're going for, then A5 is quite tricky. Or sorry, C takes D5, I think maybe
No, but even
first.
e5 directly.
Yeah.
So,
But
okay.
kind of going for the structure of like CD, CD, and then A5. This is kind of annoying to play against. I've had this a few times over the board, and it's yeah. If they don't play A5, or you think they're not gonna understand the position enough to play A5, damn, he
Yeah.
played A5 in the game. He knows his stuff.
Now he knows his stuff, yeah. Yeah.
This is my life. I've had this 3 times, and I've had it all against children. So they were all kind of kids, and yeah, I managed to get away with it 3 times. It's my anti-child opening.
Anti-child A4 opening, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. No, I've actually, this A4 idea in various lines of the Catalan, I've explored it quite a bit and I liked it in all sorts of lines, like with the knight staying on B1, queen C2, with B3, without B3, and always some A4. And there were some interesting ideas and I kind of liked them For example, knight is on b1. Let's maybe I can just show from here somewhere. Yeah,
Mhm.
something like this. Yeah, okay, bishop g2. Let's say it doesn't matter. Okay, castles. There's mc6. This, and now a4, for example. Yeah. Okay, a5 and then b3 and bishop a3. To
Ah,
exchange
okay.
the bishops. That's an interesting idea. And for example, I don't know, b6, bishop a3, and if they take with a knight, and then it's not so easy for black to release the tension in the center. If DC, you can take with a knight, or for example, in some situations, c5 is also not so great because the knight can come to b5, so it kind of slows down black's idea or intention to do something in the center. And similar lines, okay, for example, even with the position with the bishop on d2. Okay, let's say something like this, c6, queen c2, I don't know, knight d7 or whatever, and a4, yeah?
Mhm.
And then in some lines, I don't know, let's say a5, okay? In some lines, maybe you can go knight moves, maybe put a rook on b1 somehow and push b4. So the bishop is helpful, in fact. I mean, I've explored this in quite some detail in various versions, and I always like these a4 ideas, in fact. They're very interesting. And what's
Yeah.
even more important, they are not that common. I don't see people
Yeah.
playing them or using them a lot. So it's something interesting, yeah, in the Catalan, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. No, I like the ideas, and yeah, I mean, I think these are kind of the best versions for black. But like, if you get a chance to play a5 as well, then yeah, those games are always kind of very fun for white.
Yeah, yeah. And obviously, I mean, I just forgot. I mean, here you can even start with b4 if you want, yeah, for example.
Mhm.
This is also possible, yeah. So you can actually try to use the bishop being on d2. Interesting ideas. I mean, that's why the Catalan is also popular, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's a good opening.
Good
Hopefully
opening,
nobody
yeah.
plays it against
Eh,
me because
Yeah, anti-child opening, yeah. All right, let's go back. Queen F. Ah, okay, I know what now. Okay, now I get it. Now I get it. You know what's happening? This is the Matthias Bluebaum's line.
okay.
Yeah, Matthias Bluebaum plays this line with Queen F5 all the time. Yeah,
So
and
his
he plays it like
Felix's
constants.
neighbor.
I see neighbor. They're neighbors.
Well, he lives in Germany. Felix is French.
Okay, that's nearby. Yeah, they're Germans. Yeah, so they're close. Yeah, right.
German-speaking world. It's not got a lot of countries in it, but there's two.
Yeah. True. Okay, so maybe that's he was inspired. Okay, maybe we can do some conspiracy theories here. Maybe he's helping Bluebaum for the candidates, playing his
Maybe.
openings, his lines, testing. Who knows?
I mean, usually if you're helping someone at the candidates, you generally can't play their lines until afterwards.
No,
So
but he's doing a double bluff. I'm
yeah,
playing
maybe.
a Bluebaum's line that he has already played. All
Mhm.
right, so it's not a surprise, but I may be testing something else too. So like set people thinking.
Yeah. I mean, this is I don't want to slander the greatest French player of all time, Laurent Fresnay, but
Yes.
there are rumors that occasionally he would use Magnus Carlsen's repertoire and
But
preparation in
these are
fairly irrelevant games in like German Bundesliga and stuff like that. So maybe that's what Felix is doing. He's using, candidates preparation against a
yes,
2180 player.
yes. But let's just say it again that these are totally unconfirmed rumors. I mean, for the best French players of all time. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, of course. No one can confirm or
No.
deny, though.
No. Just rumors. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just rumors.
Um, so I've been told that Felix's goal at the moment is to get to 2600. That's his next stop
Uh,
on his
what else
rise.
can be the goal? I mean,
I would just skip it personally and go straight to 2700. But
makes sense too.
so so how should Felix get to 2600? Do you have any advice for him?
I think I have a pretty good advice that's guaranteed to make him 2600,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a pretty simple
Excellent.
advice.
Yep.
And the advice is actually just play strong moves.
Mm. That is good advice.
Yes. You just play strong moves, you're guaranteed to get to any rating you want to.
And how do you find the strong moves?
Ah,
That's
that's
sometimes the problem.
well, but okay, young talented guy like Felix, I think he can find a way. He can find a way. It's important to give the correct direction with the advice, and then you let the student figure it out himself, right?
Yeah, that's good advice.
That's all what good teachers say. I mean, they do. Like, they give this advice, and then the student it's just smart enough and ready enough to figure things out on by themselves, and they're all good to go.
Yeah,
Okay, so the idea, what's the idea here? Okay, some attack on b2. So he lured the bishop to d2 so that the pawn is no longer protected, yeah? So,
okay, so first question, why not bishop c1?
well, he won a tempo, yeah? I mean, the queen is already on b6. It was on
Was it?
d8, but
Oh, it was on d. Oh, sorry, I thought it was on b6. Okay,
no, it was on
that's a
d8.
good that's a good answer then.
So now, I mean, yeah, we can do this
Okay,
and
so we can't just go back and it's all repetition, unfortunately.
yeah. So I don't know what to play. I don't know if b4 is an option.
I like queen b6. I think this is a very annoying move to face when you're playing a stronger player, and they just make an annoying one move threat that you you can't ignore it, but you still have to spend a move trying to figure out what's the best way to deal with this.
Yeah,
Because okay, you have rook b1, you have b3. These moves don't feel well. Maybe rook b1 feels okay, but like you're like okay, well the rook has just defended the pawn. You don't really want to play b3 because you feel like
yeah, b3 is a
going to
bit
create
odd.
more
Yeah,
problems. You kind of don't want queen c1 because the queen looks a bit awkward there, and then you have to try and decide which of these moves is the best.
exactly. Yeah,
And
I mean
because you're
this
playing a grandmaster, it costs you 10 minutes to try and figure out like which because
what to do.
it's not, probably not going to be a critical decision
No,
unless you blunder the pawn.
exactly, exactly. Yeah,
And then maybe okay, then you'd lose the game. But like you're probably not going to lose the game here, but you still have to spend a few minutes trying to figure out how do I
yeah.
deal with this super simple threat.
And the worst part is that this is probably still theory.
Yeah, blue
Yeah.
box theory.
No, I mean from a positional point of view, b4 is a very desirable move for white to make because
Mm-hmm.
this type of structure, let's say, if white is allowed to solidify it with a3, is actually very favorable because it just grabs space on the queen side and it stops any counterplay that black may have. If a5, then b5, and it's like kind of everything is dead on the queen side. But probably knight f5 is an issue because now there is a triple attack on d4 and a triple attack on b4. So probably white loses a pawn, and that's why it likely doesn't work. So this positionally desirable move b4 probably cannot be played. So he needs to do something else, and I would say he goes rook b1 because that's the least, as you said, least how to say committal decision, the least committal decision. Yeah.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like the rook is completely useless there as well. Like maybe you
No.
do get b4 later in the game, or at least the kind of rook is kind of facing the
Yeah.
queen. Um,
And
but yeah,
just to,
obviously, if you wouldn't normally develop the rook to quick to b1 if you didn't have a
normally
choice.
no. And just to compare, I mean, if for the sake of comparison, if black had taken first there and gone queen b6, then white just nicely uses the bishop to cement the whole structure.
Hmm.
Yeah, so this is quite good for white. Yeah, but now and with the c pawn still on the board, okay, obviously this is not possible, and well, white needs to find another way to defend bit. Okay, he goes rook b1. Yeah.
Okay, we were being actually there's a good point in chat. What about bishop e2? Is this a draw or not? Instead of rook
When instead of
b1.
rook b1, you mean?
Yeah.
Let's see. Here takes rook b1, takes rook a1, rook b1. Maybe it is a draw.
Nowhere to go. So maybe this was better,
See if he can take,
possibly.
take. Okay, is this a difference? Then a difference? Maybe some difference.
No, I don't think you can't get to the right squares, right? No, bishop b5.
Yeah,
You have to be a bit scared.
this is
You're
weird.
probably fine, but
This is weird. I mean, probably that's why he spent time. Like he spent some minutes calculating there.
yeah, this seems kind of plausible. The other option that was brought up in chat that I was going to ask about as well was d takes c5
Yeah.
instead of.
No, that's also that's always an option. That's always an option, and
But are
maybe.
you worried about the e pawn being weak now for the long term?
Well, probably it won't be because the bishop can settle on d4 and then cement it in a way.
Mm-hmm.
So, but also after dc again, I don't know how this pans out. All right,
Because
just trying
now
to.
you can get to a4 and then swing across to the g file, or even the queen e4.
Yeah, if queen e4, yeah. So maybe this is also possible for
Although
black.
there's rook a, nah, rook a3 goes back to b2. Bishop c1. Rook a1.
Weird stuff, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Some weird lines. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that pawn was ever really in danger as well. Then
Okay, black has a choice whether to go for that or just to take on c5. So
yeah, this way I feel like is more for white to figure out, but
yeah, yeah.
bishop e2 is maybe a bit.
But he just okay. Maybe just he wanted to avoid any complications.
Which is
Ah,
fair as well. You kind of don't want to. Maybe you don't want to roll the dice here with your calculations and trying to figure out if this is actually fine. But yeah, I guess you probably should calculate this to figure out if it's a draw or not.
I mean, yeah. If you don't know the theory, but you know it's also psychological because if you know it's theory and you don't know it, and you're afraid your opponent knows it, and then like, you know.
Yeah, yeah, it's a really tricky spot, but it's because it's super concrete as well. It's very like black doesn't have that many places for the queen to run as
No,
well.
no.
But yeah, rook b1 should be fine. Shouldn't be
Yeah,
really
Ruby fine is fine.
any
Ruby one
problems
is
for
fine.
white.
Okay, there was already a draw on board two, so my fellow Macedonian, whoa, they wiped off the board very quickly. Ah, they actually they played all that. Look, rook d8, take on e4, take on there, take on e2, king f1. Okay, so this was just some preparation. f6.
Yeah, I think when I check, I think king f1 was actually the engine move
Uh-huh.
as well. So yeah,
King f7, there, bishop c6. So this was just all preparation. Wow, massive stuff.
oh
Wow,
wow,
amazing, amazing.
yeah.
All right. So good day at the office, easy day at the office for both IMs on
Mhm.
board two. All right. Unlike these two, slugging it at move number 9.
Well, this is the thing. Felix has to win with black against a reasonably strong player, so he's gonna have to. You can't have an easy draw, I guess.
No, no, no.
Um,
You don't play the French if you want an easy draw.
okay, let's look at board 16.
What? Which one?
16.
16.
Yeah, it's this is one of the other streamers.
This one.
The chess nerd is playing white.
Zachary?
Yeah, he's the guy who drew with Felix in round two.
Aha, right.
So he's a young guy. He's a streamer. He plays a lot of tournaments around
Aha.
Europe. I want to know what you think about this opening choice.
Yeah. Opening choice. His opening choice is for pensioners.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with that.
Not bad. I mean, kind of, it's very hard to say what to do against the Caracan. I mean, again, shamelessly plug my upcoming chessable course on the Caracan to be released on the Friday the 13th, which is next week. And I mean, here, obviously, you can go for the end game if you like end games and you feel like you don't have energy for the day for whatever reason, doesn't matter. But the thing is that if black wants to do more Karakanish stuff, bishop g4 is also kind of okay.
Yeah.
And this is what I suggest in my course. I mean, just go for some Karakan position. And, all right, like game on, yeah.
Yeah.
But the end game, bishop g4. Normally, white black goes something like knight f6, knight fd2, and here there are different plans. There is one very aggressive one with g5, g4, h5, something like that.
Mhm.
I think Shirov won a very. I mean, imagine Shirov playing with black like this, and then winning in the middle again with some sacrifices in the center. No queens, but doesn't matter. Yeah,
Okay.
he won a very nice game relatively recently on the black side. But bishop g4, I don't know because I'm not so sure because the point is that, like, all right, maybe like 91. I mean, when it comes to exchanges in these structures, I mean, normally it's always kind of probably useful to get the bishop pair if you can, even if it doesn't give you much in the beginning. A bishop pair is a bishop pair. There is an old Soviet saying, who has the bishop here, pair has the future,
Mhm.
or the future belongs to the player with the bishop pair, something like that.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, but
Yeah, like I've played. Yeah, whenever I end up in one of these super early end games with all the minor pieces on, I just get outplayed if it's a stronger player. I find these end games really difficult to play when it's still a board like full of pieces.
uh-huh.
So
Yeah, it's strange
I just would
because
never play this with white, but okay, sometimes you get kind of forced into.
you're right. It's strange because it's like in a way there are no queens, so you think it's an end game, but all the rest of the pieces are there, so it's not quite an end game. So it's kind of confusing. Yeah.
Mhm. If I was black, I would never ever play into this because the
Uh-huh.
guys who play these positions deliberately, they play
Uh-huh.
them every week with and they kind of know everything.
Yes.
They
Yes.
just live off of this stuff. They love it so much. I
Yes.
mean,
Yes.
unfortunately, Zachary is quite young, so I don't know what he's going to play when he's old. This is an
That's a
issue.
that's a this is the question. Yes, and you should ask him next time you see him. But okay, I mean, I can see what he did actually. He went 91. Thing is that okay, when you exchange light squared bishops and then uh white goes f3, so he's putting pawns on light squares, so he has the light squared bishop is not limited. But here black missed a good chance to go just develop his own dark squared bishop more actively. Okay, if knight d3, just bishop b6. I mean, still there are some issues. Let's say something like this. Yeah, knight d2 and then knight c4, and I harass the bishop. It's not clear cut.
Yeah.
I mean, there's always some annoying edge for white, even if objectively it's likely equal. There's always an annoying pressure
Yeah.
from the white side, because f6, knight d3, controlling. Okay, maybe knight c5 to go for some exchanges would have been easier for black because now already there is white controls the c5 square, so no exchanges. Knight g6, a4, useful move. You want to grab space on the queen side and stuff like that. Bishop d6, okay, just developing. And g3. G3, I don't think it was. I mean, knight f4 is knight f4 a threat or not? Um, I don't know. Maybe it is. So g3 is just to be on the safe side. Yeah, just controlling. And then, okay, knight d2, knight c4, a5, b4, or maybe c4, c5. White has a clear cut plan. Whereas what black is doing is less clear. So it's not a very enviable situation for the black player here.
Yeah. No, this looks in like an annoying game to have to hold. Um, okay, maybe we should jump back to Felix's
Ah, I
game
see
now.
that Is Alexandra Prado streaming also?
Yeah, she is also streaming.
All right. Yeah, I met her in the Rilton Cup, in fact, a couple of years ago when she was streaming there.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I remember she was streaming. I don't know. I mean, probably she's still streaming. Okay, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
She's,
she is streaming there, and she's doing some. I think she. I
yeah,
don't know.
plays
I think
this.
she's going to be doing some tourism stuff around Sligo, as far as I
Oh,
know.
all right.
People keep telling me about these seaweed baths in Sligo. They're a big thing.
What's
I don't
that?
know if I want to have a seaweed bath, but apparently everybody loves them. They're good for you. Very healthy.
Very healthy.
Mm.
What's the point of like? Is it like in cold water and you kind of freeze to death, or what? Like, what's the?
I hope it's warm water, but I don't know. I all they tell me is it's a seaweed bath, and you
But
get in with the seaweed.
okay, I mean, you said there is no snow, but I mean, still, like, it should be fairly cold, right?
I
Like,
imagine that sea is pretty cold, yeah, at this time of
so
year. So my
bath.
guess is warm.
It's not like these thermal like springs like in Iceland, no?
No, I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe we have to find out. Maybe we should. I should
Yeah,
message
just
Craig.
do some quick research
We
about.
should get Craig on on the stream, the organizer of Sligo, and we should
Yep.
get him to tell us about the seaweed baths. Not
Okay.
about the tournament or the chess or anything like
No,
that.
no,
We
seaweed
just
bath.
want to
We
know
don't
about the
know about
seaweed.
seaweed bath. I mean, that's a massive attraction if we are to visit and play that tournament next year. I mean, definitely.
Okay, I'm being told that the seaweed bath is warm water, the
I
heated one.
won't. So it's not in an open space outside, no?
No, I think it's indoors.
I may be tempted to try it.
There we go. I'm doing a good job of selling Sligo to everybody.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I mean, okay.
Um,
I mean, you should first. The first thing you should mention is the seaweed bath. I mean, otherwise, like, if you start talking about chess, like, who would like be interested? Like, what?
we need to find out if Felix has gone to the seaweed bath. I'll
We
hopefully
can
our
ask.
producer will tell us if Felix has plans for the seaweed bath.
If he's not, we should just tell him to do it and try it out for us because we're interested in doing the same thing next year.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, let's have a
He
look.
is considering it apparently.
Considering it, yeah.
Mm.
All right. Rook b1, knight f5. Okay, attacking the pawn 4 times. Yeah. So bishop d3 takes. Okay, this is common transformation in the French.
Mhm.
So the structure is now not exactly the French one, but it can arise from the French when black takes e5. So from one side, the pawns are doubled and divided, but on the side, the bishop gets a better square on e6. And black gets the bishop pair. As we were saying, the future belongs to the player with the bishop pair. So now white is thinking because you can take with the pawn, obviously, but you can also take with the knight. Even though I'm not sure what's better. Hard to say. I guess that's why he's thinking, yeah?
Yeah.
So he took with the knight, yeah? Yeah. Took with the knight. All right.
We do have a question that I'm being ordered to answer in chat, and it's from Amelia. She wants to know how she can get a GM norm in 2026. So this is
Uh,
a real challenging question, considering Amelia is I'm gonna say she's rated 1000.
Uh-huh.
I'm also exaggerating.
Uh-huh.
So how can she
Well, I
get a
mean,
GM norm in 2026?
no, I mean, again, I think the advice, I would just repeat the advice I gave to Felix, which is, just play strong moves, go to any tournament you wish, get your seaweed bath, play strong moves, and you're getting a norm. I mean, it's really simple.
What if seaweed baths were just the key to high level chess? Like, what if this is
I
what
wouldn't be surprised.
unlocks it for everyone?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Target Lush is telling us. I think Target Lush is a seaweed bath enthusiast because he or she says, a seaweed bath is a rejuvenating therapeutic treatment, often using hand harvested seaweed in hot seawater that deeply moisturizes, tones, and detoxifies the skin while soothing muscle aches. This sounds perfect for a chess tournament. I don't know why they don't all have them.
No, but maybe the seaweed is really specific to Sligo in Ireland.
That's also true. This might be a unique Sligo thing that only you have to go to Sligo to get it. This
Yep.
is
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It appears to me that must be the case because otherwise, why wouldn't all tournaments have C with Baths?
That's true. Fide, if you're listening, this is something we need for all future tournaments.
Yeah. I think it will be massively accepted. Like, come on. Yeah.
Yep.
C with Bath. Yeah. All right. So, okay, what's going on? Let's see. What can Black play? Black can exchange. But what have we got there? Okay. Now if CD, Bishop B5 may be annoying. So if probably knight D4 should be played. And what White is trying to do is he's basically trying to be extremely solid on dark squares and not be in any danger, most likely.
Is Queen F3 a threat here?
Here,
Let's
yeah,
say just
Bishop
Bishop
is 6, knight F5. Yeah, so it's okay. Black to play. So black here needs to do something. Yeah.
Yeah, let's say just Bishop E7 and Queen F3 is probably going to be not so
Yeah, that's
great.
pretty annoying. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say this is annoying. So 94, 94. Okay, what to do? Some G6, some F6. There are things to consider. So I'm not sure like what I would do because like would I take on D4 or leave it? Maybe just leave it. I mean, probably it's better for black to leave it because white doesn't threaten to take on C6. Let's say make a move, okay? Because then black takes with a pawn and then things fall apart for white because at some point black will establish this d5 c5 pawns and kind of destroy white's idea to play on the dark squares. So bishop e7, white probably can just keep still. Maybe, I don't know, let's make some moves, castles, rook e1 or something, yeah. And then black needs to decide what to do. I mean, bishop e6 is a normal move.
Yeah.
And then, but then what? Okay, maybe queen c2. Some complex position, yeah.
Yeah, I guess you have to play G6.
Yeah, g6, yeah, but still, I mean, no, I mean, I don't see anybody risking much in this type of position because if a side decides to stand still, then nothing much can happen. But we assume that black is the one trying to play for a win. And how to play for a win if white just stays still? It's not so easy because how do you create any, let's say, tension, dynamism in the position or whatever? Yeah. I mean, if you go f6, that's very vulnerable. So you probably keep f6 for some sort of an endgame in the future, maybe.
Yeah.
And otherwise, what do? Like, can't really advance. I mean, not exactly in this position on the king side because, like, white controls dark squares and you can't just go h6, g5, f4 that easily or at all. Then on the queen side, what do? You can put a rook on the c file, but then what? All right. White goes some queen d3, and you can't also easily go b5, a5, b4. Maybe, I mean, at some point, white may even go b4 and just blockade everything. So it's not easy to kind of create much. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is the problem for black as well, because white is always going to be happy with a draw, so you have to
We assume, yeah.
really force something through.
We assume, yeah. So the thing is that here, what does black do? Maybe, okay, we just made some natural moves and we got to this position which is pretty static. So that means that if black also, let's say, agrees with this evaluation and, okay, he doesn't like it, then probably something more urgent needs to be done. Maybe f6 at an earlier stage somehow, or maybe some h6, g5, f4 at earlier stage, something to disrupt this kind of natural flow of things which leads to a static position.
Okay, what happens if we just castle now?
Castle long.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. It doesn't change much. I mean, you're probably just risking more, but white can just do the same, and what's the difference? Okay, difference could be that you start pushing, yeah?
Yeah. That's probably my plan. And then even if there's like some queen c2, maybe now I can just ignore it and just try and...
I'm not sure you can ignore, because if I take knight f5, then it's like already threatening knight d6, and It's not that you're, if you go, let's say, h6 queen c2, you still have to go g6. Oh, I
Yeah.
mean, 97 looks kind of ugly, yeah? So it's not so easy to advance.
Okay, but now at least we're not vulnerable to bishop g5, bishop h6 stuff. So we'll have bishop g7, we'll have rook e8, we can maybe gang up on this pawn. Maybe this is like
Yeah, this is
slowly.
slightly more dynamic, but okay, let's see. I mean, it's really rock solid for white, but dark squares. See, I mean, it's all dark squares, dark squares, dark squares.
We're getting a question that we've kind of already touched on earlier, but Matthew says, Alex, how much easier was it to farm people rated 2000 to 2200 in opens 20 years ago compared to now?
It was a piece of cake. No, I mean, it's like, back then you just go to an open and like, you sleepwalk through the first several rounds, because you play like these weaker players. Okay, you still prepare, I mean, you still check their games and stuff, but you don't expect good opening preparation. You don't expect resilience. You expect blunders. You expect lack of understanding of positions, and all those things were happening. You know, you were expecting them because they were happening in every game. So it's just okay, easy. And you just
What? So when you were like an active grandmaster, what was the biggest upset that you had against like a lower rated player?
you mean that I've lost too?
Yeah. Well, like when you were actively playing as a grandmaster already.
Can't I don't know. I don't know really.
Did you lose to any under 2200s?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
But I just can't remember.
Okay, that's
I'm
good. You
pretty,
just
I'm
block it
pretty
out.
sure.
That's
I'm
fine.
pretty sure I did. I'm pretty sure I did. I'm pretty sure I did. But normally those losses were like some massive blunder. Not that you get outplayed or something.
Mhm.
But nowadays it's easy to even be outplayed.
Yeah.
So you don't kind of say, okay, I lost to a blunder. I mean, whatever. Yeah. But now just people play super solid. They just play decent moves, and it's hard to outplay them. Sometimes they even outplay you. Like, yeah, it just reminds me of that Fisher quote. He wrote it in my 60 memorable games. I
Mhm.
think it was, I don't know if it was to a game he lost or whatever. I don't remember where exactly, but it was there. And he says uh, something along the lines that, sometimes I have to take into consideration that my opponents also make good moves.
Yeah.
It was very nicely said. So yeah,
Unfortunately,
nowadays that's even more valid.
the that book, My 60 Memorable Games, I remember kind of reading it when I was a kid,
Yeah.
and is it's happened to me twice where I kind of forgot about this guy, but like I've played James Sherwin online a
Oh,
couple of times, and he's the first game in My 60 Memorable Games.
yeah, yeah.
And it's just so weird that he's like still playing on League Chess now. Like you can like he's still active and he's still active in tournaments as well. Like
Yes, yes,
he
yes,
lives in England now,
yes.
and he plays like rapid play and stuff. But, like yeah, he's the very first game in my 60 memorable games. Obviously, he
Yep.
lost to Fisher, and yeah, you can still kind of bump into him in rapid tournaments online.
Yeah, yeah, that's
It's-
amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, yeah. That's just amazing.
I did flag him the last time we played, and I didn't feel bad
If
about
like,
it.
yeah, well,
No increment chess. You still have to be ruthless. Doesn't matter if he's a legend. He's been
legend or
playing
not, yeah,
for
legend or
80
not.
years.
No, but I've had like, okay, a legend which I will not name. I think he's deceased by now, but anyway, I was playing like a rapid tournament in France, and okay, I mean the game. I'm not sure how it was going, but in fact, he made an illegal move, and I just claimed it, and I was supposed to win. And but he made a scandal. Okay, he was living in France at the time, and okay, so he made a scandal. But I think I was given the win eventually. So, I mean, under pressure and with age and everything,
Yeah.
everybody's a human, so legend, no legend. So it's kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, long thing by Felix, yeah. Okay, let's see what uh I mean, if I don't know, I mean, I was thinking of starting with h6, to go g5 f4. And queen c2 immediately exposes the pawn. So I don't know like how to do it. I mean, this is
Yeah.
super ugly. But even if that, like h4 just stops everything. So
Yeah, he has to figure out a plan here, I guess.
you can maybe try knight f5, knight c4, but that's not eternal because b3 is always an issue.
Yeah, I this idea was kind of tempting to me, but I just couldn't see what the knight really achieves on c4 as well.
Exactly, yeah. It can always be chased away with b3 and
Hmm.
um, yeah, it will be interesting to see what plan he comes out with because it's a situation which you don't like particularly when playing for a win because your opponent is extremely solid. And not only that, it's very hard to make a mistake with white. Like
Hmm.
what can basically how can white make a mistake? Like just castle, put a rook there, put a bishop there, maybe h4 to control that. Then just do nothing. Move the queen a little bit, maybe b3, maybe not, maybe move the rook. Just extremely solid. The pieces are all defended. Good central control. How can you induce a mistake? And this is an unpleasant situation for a stronger player.
Yeah. This is something I was gonna ask you about. So like Felix is a pretty solid player. He's like very positional natured.
Uh-huh.
He plays quite a lot of games against very strong players. I think he plays like a lot of league games in
Uh-huh.
Bundesliga and Austrian Bundesliga. So like I think he's pretty comfortable playing against higher rated players,
Uh-huh.
but that seems to make it a bit harder when you're playing lower rated players because your natural instinct is to, keep it solid, to equalize. Maybe you can push for something, but okay, if you've got like black against Duda or MVL or
Yeah,
someone,
yeah.
it's a different kind of game. Um, so I wonder like how difficult is it to adjust between those two tournaments? Because I'm not sure if Felix has played a ton of tournaments where he's actually the highest rated player as well.
Uh-huh.
So it's kind of a different dynamic. So do you
It
think
is,
it's yeah?
I think it is hard to adjust, and you can we have proof of this. For example, when you get these elite players play opens, okay?
Hmm.
I mean, probably on their first occasion of playing the open, they'll do well.
Hmm.
But if they keep playing opens, okay, then something I mean, they get out of their comfort zone way too often then, and they can't adapt because they have to change everything. They have to change their approach, their opening repertoire. They have to change everything, and it's not so easy to do so. And I remember once I asked Kramnik about this. He played Qatar Masters twice,
Hmm.
right? And he in the first one, I think the first one he played, he shared first. In
Yeah.
the second one he played, I think he played horribly. I mean, he fared horribly and lost a lot of points. And I
Yeah.
asked him, okay, look, I mean, you're playing guy 24 something, okay? You're black. He plays e4 and you play Berlin. Like,
Hmm.
why? Like, you can play Sicilian like in your youth. You can play any opening you want and something. Why don't just play like something sharper to win or something? You know what he told me? He told me uh, something along the lines that, okay, but I don't want to invest energy in preparing some other lines for just one game because this for me is an exception. I normally don't
Yeah.
play these people, all right? So I
Hmm.
don't want to kind of, especially for one game, prepare something sharper, whatever it is, yeah. And I believe that even if I play my usual stuff and it's boring and dead draw, whatever, I should still be able to outplay them.
Hmm.
So they see that there are two things at play here. First, they don't want to, like, they normally play each other and they don't want to, I mean, they stick to their repertoire that works for them. That's their professional life. They play each other. Okay. They don't
Yeah.
play opens. So they stick to their repertoires, which are aimed at facing that type of opposition. So when they play weaker opponents, they have to change or whatever. Oh, so some people do. Okay, Nakamura can play G6, B6 stuff, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
But some people don't. Yeah. So some
Yeah,
people
but it's
play.
very I think it's very hard for some players because like someone like Anish, for example, like, and I don't want to say that like Anish is boring or dry, or it's not
No,
my
no.
point, but like he's very, very principled
Yeah.
about the way he plays, and because he's not like he doesn't like to play like suboptimal moves just to roll the dice. Like he's very like for his whole career, basically he's been trained to play the best move, and if
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
best move kind of leads to a drawn position, that's just
Yeah.
the way his brain goes. But like it's very hard for him to kind of say, ah, this looks kind of garbage, but I'll
You
just
know?
throw it in.
Yeah.
Like some players are just very, very good at doing
Yeah. Yeah.
against
Yeah.
lower rated players. Like Arjun was just the
Arjun. Yeah.
most
Yeah, Arjun. Yes.
recent example of kind of getting all the way to the top by just okay, as long
Massacring.
as he makes a mess, he'll just crush them. He doesn't
Yeah,
care.
yeah, yeah, exactly. But he just overpowers people with calculation.
Yeah,
And I remember, okay, when you mentioned Anish, for example, for me it was very interesting. The previous Grand Swiss, not this one that he won, but 2 years prior at the Isle of Man,
hmm
and I was there, and I remember. I mean, he afterwards, or I think he said that okay, I adjusted my play with the black pieces because in Grand Swiss you need to win more games, so you need to
yeah,
kind of also try to create chances with the black pieces as well. And my usual openings don't really work like that.
yeah.
And I tried to adjust it and to play more aggressively. Can you guess which opening he played at the Grand Swiss then with black
Uh,
against d4?
Probably some Queen's Gambit declined.
No, well, that's his usual opening. He
Okay,
said that no, that
okay, so he
doesn't
switched to
really.
like the Vienna or something.
Queen's Indian.
Queen City. Okay, yeah.
And I was like, how is he like thinking of creating chances in the Queen's Indian with black? How is he that sharpening?
Yeah, but okay, Anish is a bit different from Kramnik because like Anish wouldn't play the Berlin against lower rated players. Like he would play a Sicilian, like basically every time, but he wouldn't play the kind of Sicilians where you just play some random move on move 9 and then figure
No,
out
no,
from there.
no.
He
No,
still
no, he's
play like
very,
the best
very
moves basically.
no, no. You're right. He's very theoretical. He just plays Nidor, for example, and does good stuff. And okay, especially lately, he's just playing mostly just the Nidor because he's trying to also to do something with black. But back then, 2 years ago, like I said, this was kind of really shocking to me. Like I tried to sharpen my openings and stuff, and then he plays Queen's Indian. All right.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's tough, and I think a lot of players need to adjust more to these opens now as well. It seems to be
Yeah,
they're
the thing
getting
is that
forced into the opens a bit more than they were before, which I think is a positive side. Like my preference for a perfect chess tournament, if I could have one format and only one format, it's just a big open.
it's
Like
what big open.
yeah, a big open, like everybody in one section. Okay, if
A
you need
Grand
to
Swiss, yeah.
accelerate the pairings, yeah, Grand Swiss I think is basically the perfect format.
Yeah,
Um,
it has great games, that's for sure. But the thing is that the number of elite players has grown and the number of events is more or less stable. So that means that unless you're literally top 10 or a favorite, public favorite, so you get invited everywhere, a lot of uh, elite players who are out of the top 10, they basically have no choice. And again, I mentioned this Nepo interview. He actually said this, that he has no plans for this year. He's out of the top 20 even, I think. And he just said it, okay, I'll just have to play opens. And I'm really curious to see this because to see how he adapts his approach, his openings to basically playing opens. It's really
yeah,
interesting.
I mean that should be interesting, but like I feel like Nepo can adjust to that pretty easily. Like his style is probably like
Bro,
it's probably better suited to be honest. Like he's like his idea of like just trying to kill people is should adapt quite easily when he's in the mood for that
we'll
stuff.
see, we'll see. We get to see some King's Gambits, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, like I mean it's the Nepo being out of the top 20 is weird because I think he's probably still objectively like top 5. Like
But he had a very bad. I mean, this can happen. Like it happened to Anish last year. Or when was it? Like 2 years ago? I mixed up the years when he just dropped out of the top 20, whatever. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
and then now happens to. It's easy. You get a bad kind of couple of tournaments, and you're out. It's
Yeah,
really
yeah.
cutthroat
No, but I
competition.
mean, like, if across time controls, if I have to pick like a top five, like Nepo makes my list every
Hey,
time.
should be there. I
Yeah,
mean, he
it's
obviously has the strength, but he was talking about loss of motivation. I think he lost it when he didn't qualify for like okay, first the candidates 2024, but also last year when he was didn't really get even close to qualifying for this year's candidates. Like
mhm.
he went out early in the World Cup, and then also in the Grand Swiss, he was really trying hard. I was watching him like every day. I was there, okay, and you could see that he was really trying hard. But then he just wasn't even in a chance for in the last round. And he even lost the last round, so lost a lot of points. So these two bad events, I think he admitted that just took away the joy, the motivation and everything. So now he says, okay, I need to find a way to come back and so on. It will be interesting to see. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think this is the last chance for that generation to win the World Championship?
Yeah.
For Fabi, Hikaru,
Yeah. I
Nepo?
think so. I think so. Well, Nepo, I mean, Nepo is a big question if he ever gets a chance again.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he's strong, but there's no guarantee. You
No, I
know,
mean, well, Aronian never played the World Championship match, so
no,
like
but okay,
he's
but Aronian at least was consistently qualifying for the candidates.
yeah,
But once he dropped out of the top 10, he never really came back. I mean, he was number two for a very long time. Then he was perennial top 10. And then he dropped, he again had a bad patch. He dropped out and he never came back.
yeah,
Giri dropped out, managed to come back. Now it's Nepo's turn. But I mean, it's really, really hard. I think for sure for Fabi, I think he even said it himself that this is like he said, okay, I have at least one more chance. But he's not sure about getting another one. I mean, nobody's sure, but like really hard with these, with the young ones coming through.
yeah. So it's the last chance for Hikaru and Fabi. It's maybe the last chance for Anish. Maybe he gets another one, and then after
Yeah,
that, it's all about the Blue Bomb generation.
the blue bomb generation. No, come on, blue bomb is closer to Anish to than to.
Yeah. Okay, he's a little bit younger. No, but I mean, I do think that this shows that like the Grand Swiss and the World Cup are good qualifying methods because I think Blue Bomb like played incredibly well in both
Oh yeah.
in these things and like it definitely deserved its spot. Um, but it kind of makes it difficult for. I think it's kind of rough that Vincent misses out, Norderbeck misses out, Arjun misses out. It's like
Yeah,
it's
but
kind of
that's
tough
always.
to figure out what a good qualification system is.
Yeah, exactly. That's always the problem with qualification systems. I mean, we would like to see these players in, but then when there's a sporting principle, well, it's a sporting principle. I mean, whoever qualifies is in. It's not like ratings don't qualify. I mean, if you want
Yeah,
to just get the first top 10, 10, 8, top 8 from the rating list, then organize the candidates. I mean, it's easy, yeah. But
yeah.
that's not the sporting principle, right?
No, I agree. I think performing at the right moment is one of the key things, and that's okay. Esipenko and Blue Bomber are a bit lower rated, but Esipenko looked like he was going to be a very elite player at some point, and just kind of
Yeah, he
all
was.
this.
If you remember, he was one draw away from qualifying in the previous Grand Swiss. Last
Yeah.
round, he needed a draw with the black pieces against Giri to qualify. He
Hmm.
lost, and he was there. I mean, almost there, and he just miss kind of. I mean, he misplayed the opening. He made the wrong opening choice. I spoke to him after the game. He went for this very forcing line that Queen's Gambit declined. He thought he would surprise Giri, but then it turned out that Giri knew about the line. He refuted it, and he lost without a fight. And he needed just a draw to qualify for the candidate. So in a way,
Yeah.
I'm glad he did it now.
Hmm?
Gets a chance.
I'm being asked to ask you, how do you feel about the new total world championship?
The total, I
Yes.
feel totally okay with it. No, I mean, I hate the name. I like the idea, like the formats and stuff, but I hate the name because I think it just creates unnecessary confusion with the titles.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not really a fan of the mixed time control format either. I feel like it just kind of makes it more confusing. I just want to know who's the best at Blitz, who's the best at Rapid, who's the
Yeah,
best at Classical.
that is also part of the confusion because we have World Rapid, we have World Blitz, we have World Classical. So now you're kind of putting it all together. Which okay, if you want to do it. It's okay. But to call it a World Championship, that I don't like at all.
Yeah.
But we can suspect, yeah, why it happens and why it's done like this. We can make our yeah draw our conclusions, yeah. So, but still, I think it's not a great idea to call it like that. I mean, as an event, sure, good money for the players, good excitement for us watching. Why not?
Yeah.
But just I don't know, call it I don't know, Mikhail Botvinnik Cup, who loved faster time control, so you call it Mikhail Botvinnik Cup, yeah, or whatever. But
Yeah, yeah.
World Championship and total on top of that, just
But the thing is that I don't think everything needs to be a world championship as well. Like we just had Vaikanze, which
yeah,
everybody enjoyed, everybody loved. It'll be the most exciting event for the until the candidates at
yeah,
least.
yeah,
And it's the same every year. Vaikanze is a one-off event that everybody loves, and Norway
yes,
Chess also is a one-off
yes,
event that everybody loves and is like super exciting every year. And it doesn't have to be like these events can stand on their own
yes, yes,
if
yes,
they're
yes,
exciting and compelling enough, and
yes,
they do a good broadcast and everything like that. But like these two tournaments do it year after year, and I'd like to see more. I mean, the Singfield Cup also is similar, but it's a I think the chess is not always as exciting because the
no,
field tends to be super solid, I think.
yes, yes,
Also it's in American time zone, so I'm asleep, so I don't really
yeah,
watch those games live. But
yeah, it's
yeah, I
true.
mean the Singfield Cup does get kind of a really good audience. They put on a good show every year. It
No, no,
feels super high stakes as well.
these are
Um,
staples. These three are staples, and they are always like very very exciting and good to watch. So yeah, you're right. I don't think why. I mean, I don't know why there should be this always overhyping of events, calling them world championships and stuff. So
yeah, I just think it kind of confuses the issue. And also we have a world championship match this year with
yeah,
Kukesh against someone else, which I think will
yeah,
be that's going to be the event of the year.
yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. Okay, let's see what's happened here. Okay, white played bishop e3. I thought maybe bishop f4 was also possible,
Mhm.
but okay, this was fine. And now castles. So okay, Felix goes for castling. Maybe he'll go for f6 ideas. I don't know. Let's say castles. Okay, he castled. Now maybe rook a8, bishop f4, f6, something like this. Maybe I say. If takes. If nothing,
This looks pretty promising for black, I think.
I mean, if nothing immediate is problematic, then it's okay probably for black, who kind of managed to break the grip on the dark squares a little bit and
Mhm.
open up the position, even though he also created some weaknesses. So maybe I don't know, knight b3. I mean, it depends if it works or not. If it works, then probably black is happy that he changed the position in this way.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't, then he needs to look for something else. So, but again,
But
what would that be if not f6? Yeah, maybe f6
yeah.
immediately.
Do we need to worry about e6 or not
V6
much?
probably not, because
Yeah.
I want to go bishop h5, and this can. I mean, okay, I don't know if this how bad this is. Okay, probably is bad, so I should then go to c8, but I don't want to do that. Okay, so
Mhm.
I don't know.
It
This is
probably shouldn't be Well, I guess what happens if he just takes on f5
Okay, takes,
and just go back?
or take first, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, super solid for white, yeah.
Yeah, this looks it looks like you really can't do anything here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, so that's why I wanted to go rook e8 first, but
Yeah.
so he went rook f e8, so he's probably not gonna go for f6. At least that's how I see it, but
Hang on, let me catch up with the questions in chat. I've been ignoring
yeah.
people. So Target Lush asked, when will we see you both playing in a tournament? I don't know if we'll both be playing the same tournament anytime
Yeah.
soon. My next tournament will probably be I don't know actually. April, maybe. I might play Grenka, I'm not sure. Or something at Easter.
Nice. Well, no, I mean, probably you won't see me play in a tournament. I don't play really tournaments lately. I play leagues mostly. I play this weekend in Germany, and I'll play in the summer the Spanish league. And normally that's all I play nowadays. I mean, sadly, I don't have time to first prepare properly for a tournament and then to play it.
Mhm.
So for me, it's not just the time for the tournament. I'm always trying to be a bit professional when it comes to tournaments and preparation. So I also want to prepare first and then play, and that's a bit too much time to invest at my current, let's say, lifestyle.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I mean, I miss it. I have to admit that I miss it. It's just that I can't fit it in somehow.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Well,
The tournaments do take up a lot of time as well. It's
yeah.
um
And it's also strange because okay, in the past I was playing non-stop, and then it's different mentality because let's imagine if I play one tournament now, okay? And if I do well, all is well. Okay, great. I played well. Go back to my usual life. I feel good and everything. But if I play badly, then it stays for me like forever. Whereas
yeah.
in the past, you play a lot of tournaments and they just you play badly in one, then the next one comes in a week or in a day. Yeah, and then you play the next one and you forget about it. Yeah, forget about the negative emotions. You shake them off. You play on. So it's a different mindset and different emotional toll. Yeah, so it's that's why I also don't want to risk too much because if I just play badly, then I have to go back home and like be sulking and not happy and not having a next opportunity to shake it off. So it just stays forever. Like bad
Yeah.
feeling. So not so easy. Yeah.
Yeah. And we have two similar questions from Chess with Leonard and Mr. Pizza. Yes. What do you think about the opening choice against this opponent? And do you think the normal line with Bishop D7, Knight GE7 in French advanced is an okay try?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Just that you have to. I mean, when you prepare such a line, you have to kind of be certain that the middle game positions you're okay with. Because, for example, this is what we have on the board now with this EF5 structure. Yeah. If you get to this in your preparation, you have to be clear with yourself whether you're okay playing this. All right. Because as we said, it's pretty static. It's hard for white to make a mistake. So, you know, uh, otherwise, you prepare a line that gets you a type of position that you like playing. So the line as a line is perfectly fine, but just then depends on the player's choices what kind of middle game it leads you to.
Yeah. Yeah. And what do you think this is a good choice for Felix?
I mean, earlier I was happier. Now I'm less happy because, like I said, I don't see like how exactly white can do something. I mean, okay, white is thinking quite a bit, so I don't know. I mean, bishop f4 is natural, but then to defend the pawn, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Well,
then
then
how?
that's already a small concession because he played Bishop E3.
Yeah, I don't know why he played bishop e3. I thought bishop f4 immediately was possible, but even with that, it just maybe strengthens this point that I was making, that even losing a tempo, not playing the most exact way, it can be sufficient for white, let's say. Yeah.
Okay, let's see if you can guess what the computer's top move is here. This is kind of
What does it
interesting.
say?
If you can guess. Not here before bishop instead of bishop e3 for white.
Like on move 13.
Yeah.
What was the best move for white?
No, sorry. The position we have, the live position.
After rook f8.
Yeah.
So what's the best move for white?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, there are many candidate moves. You can start with h4. You can go to, I mean, I don't know, sacrificing this pawn in some way. Maybe b4 is an idea that depends like how it works concretely, if it works or not.
Mm-hmm.
And then also, I mean, probably maybe, I don't know, queen c2 if it works, to try to take this one. I don't know if it works. Probably something based on some concrete calculation if it's something weird.
Well, it's only a small advantage for white. It's like plus 0.2, but everything else is like minus 0.1, 0.2.
So
So the only move to have an advantage for white is knight takes c6.
Knight c6.
Which doesn't jump out to me.
No, this is pretty hard too. And I suppose if bishop e3, then just go back, yeah?
Yeah.
But
Wait,
okay, we were
he
talking.
played it. Okay. He played it.
Oh, he played it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So what's the, like, if BC, that's the kind of way you want to recapture?
BC is just bishop d4.
Aha, so it's kind of hard to untangle, because otherwise I would like to remove these two and push c5, but it seems I can't untangle.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a good tactical point, in fact. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice idea because yeah, we looked at this idea earlier, and yeah, the point of we get the pawn to c5 really quickly.
Yes, we dismissed it. But here, tactically, you see, it works. Okay, good decision by white then. All right, well done. But can you tell me what's wrong with bishop f4? Why is like an advantage to black?
I mean, it was everything was just kind
How
of
does the computer want to continue?
It wanted bishop d4, c d4.
And this is a small advantage for
black. Yeah. Knight d8, knight e6. Which okay, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, in a way, yeah. You get the knight, the bishop can get active from b5. Okay, that's a nice rearrangement.
Yeah, because usually you end up with the bishop stuck on e6, and it's kind of just doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is a nice improvement.
All right. Interesting. Okay. But it's even okay, but knight d4, knight e5. Okay, how is this? A pawn down, but knight, yeah, and double pawns.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I can also switch the engine here where it says. Okay, this is also equal.
Yeah.
Just 0.
I mean, okay. I would expect Felix to win this one.
Okay, he took BC, yeah?
Yeah. But yeah, this is a nice idea from White.
Yeah, very interesting positional idea. Yeah, I agree. And bishop d4, yeah. Okay, maybe, okay, let's continue. Bishop d4. Can he just keep on chopping off? But then queen d4, yeah? No c5. And then it's bad. If there is no c5, it's bad because b4, and then there will never be c5. So he can't take on d4.
Yeah, this is already, well, I guess it's not difficult, but how does he?
So after bishop d4, like go, I mean, already b4 is a threat. You maybe go a5.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
a5, but then how do you continue? Rook e1, whatever. Yeah.
No, he's taken on c5.
He took on c4.
I mean, I guess this makes sense as well, but it's not. Does he want just queen d4 here?
Yeah, queen d4 probably. Queen d4 and b4. That's what he wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good version of it as well.
But okay, there is, I mean, here, like in this position, okay, depends how things pan out, but I mean, there are ideas to activate the bishop, like f4, bishop there, maybe advance h6, g5 on the king side, maybe via a6. I mean, white is still very solid, but I mean, some ideas appear for black. Okay, I mean, even let's say stupidly putting the bishop there to defend d5 and try to organize c5 in some way. Yeah, even if
Yeah.
that implies bc5 and some exchanges on c5, then c3 will be exposed. Okay, something a little bit changed. Yeah.
So what happens after queen d4 here?
Yeah, queen d4, probably you have to go away somewhere. Maybe to b6, I don't know, b4. And then something, yeah. Okay, maybe just, okay, let's put it here, go rook c8 and push c5, I don't know. Something like that. But maybe not so simple.
Can you play a5 there though?
You drop the queen or what?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can play it. You probably shouldn't.
Yeah, probably shouldn't, yeah. I mean, still can go this, a5, move the queen, and then push c5, yeah?
Mhm.
But, okay, even that happens. Okay. Now what, yeah?
Now what? I think we should have a break now.
All
That's
right,
not what.
that's maybe a good idea. I need to go for
Yeah, I
water.
would like a coffee.
Ah, yeah, I
Um,
get some water, yeah.
and then okay, we'll be back, guys, in a few minutes.
All right, good. How is it going otherwise? Is it okay, Amelia? From you? All right.
Welcome back to round 4, Sligo International Chess Festival. I think that's what it's called. Wait,
Sounds was right.
I got the real name here. The Sligo Chess and Culture Festival 2026.
Culture. Yeah.
I was pretty close.
Yeah.
Okay, so we missed a couple moves, but
Yeah.
nothing has drastically changed.
No, but I'm surprised at White's idea to keep the queens on because even after okay, I was expecting queen d4, but okay, he played rook e1. A5 makes sense to stop some b4, and now queen d2. Again, queen d4 kind of made sense, even though okay, maybe here, I mean, I don't know, takes. Maybe black can try something. I mean, white is not in time to go b4 a3 to kind of plug everything on the c file. So maybe black gets some sort of counterplay, as the knight is pretty far from c5. So maybe
Yeah.
he didn't like this, but anyway, at least on the previous move, I would have preferred probably for white to exchange queens. But all right, now with queens on board, black could hope for more, especially maybe now this plan of defending d5, moving the queen and pushing c5 is more kind of easily achieved, but we'll see what black does. I mean, that's one idea. The other idea is to kind of try to put something like a4, put some pressure on the b file on the queen side. Nothing concrete. Still, white is super solid, but at least black has some sort of play.
Yeah, black has some plan. I guess maybe he didn't want to trade queens because if like as when you're playing a grandmaster, it always feels a bit weird to force it into an endgame.
Ah, you mean psychologically, yeah?
Yeah. So maybe that's why. I'm not sure how like his opponent is quite young, Jason's I think 18 or 19. Um I'm not sure how much experience he has against grandmasters as well, because there's not a ton of big tournaments in Ireland.
Mm.
So he
How
might
old
not.
is how old is he anyway?
I think he's 19 or 20, I think. I think he was born in
Ah, young player then, yeah.
2006. Yeah.
I mean, but then it's strange for a young player to get the FIDE Master title, which means he go to 2300 and then drop like 200 points.
Yeah, but maybe it's with the K factor thing.
Maybe, yeah, most likely, but still,
Because
normally white.
they stay at like 40. The K factor stays like 40 for ages, right?
Whoa, that's massive then, yeah.
Yeah. It because I've seen a few people like this where they're because I think the K factor stays 40 until you're like 18 now.
Aha,
Unless you go over 2400.
aha, aha, aha.
So it's kind of yeah, it can backfire. It can go both ways. Obviously, you can jump up really quickly,
Yes.
but the trick is to jump to 2400 and then get to your K factor drops to 10.
Yeah, yeah.
So the way back down is much slower.
Hopefully you don't go down, but if you do, then it's slower, yeah.
Yeah, but he's a pretty active player actually. He's played a bunch recently.
Aha.
So okay, he dropped 75 points last month.
Whoa, so that's very recent then.
Yeah. But yeah, it's the K factor 40 because
Aha.
he didn't. Okay, he scored 2.5 out of 9 in an IM norm tournament.
Oof.
But yeah, against like all players above 2200 as well. So
Aha,
like he's
aha.
not like super weak players or anything, but the K factor kind of kills you.
Okay, at least ambitious. I mean, if he played an IM tournament norm, I mean, IM norm tournament, he probably wants to progress and make norms and so on. But okay, this
Yeah,
is a
and his
unpleasant
rapid
setback.
rating went up 100 points last month as well. So
Sorry,
easy
what?
come, easy go.
Ah, easy come, easy go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Easy come, easy go. Yeah. Okay, what does black do? I mean, I don't know. Bishop e6, I guess, makes some sense. What does white do then? I mean, queen d2, I don't know if he wants to go b4. It's a bit of a double-edged decision, but not maybe without merit. Maybe this now. Ah, so maybe b4 is a threat. We have to consider that. If b4 is a threat, why black should play a4?
Okay, and if b4 anyway,
Yeah, b4 just take.
and then
Oh yeah,
obviously.
now maybe rook a3, whatever, something like, you know.
Okay, rook c1.
Which one? This one.
Yeah. And then I just want to play b4 anyway. I'm just really
Okay, you'll play
I'm being
b4.
very stubborn about this.
Yeah. No, I mean it's possible. Obviously, I mean I don't know, some
But
h6.
it feels a bit loose now. There's kind of you have to keep an eye on the
Yes,
e pawn, the c
yeah,
pawn.
exactly. Yeah. I mean now with the queen there, I can maybe go f4, activate the bishop somehow. This already gives some targets.
Yeah.
Probably still find like queen d4 and like should be drawish, but
But then it's tricky once you've not played queen d4. You have to
yeah, exactly.
change your kind of thought process that talked you out of it in the first
Yeah,
place.
yeah. So I mean, okay, based on Black's move, we will see whether he fears b4 or not, and how he like plans to deal with it. Okay, he goes queen b6, so he deals with it by removing the queen from a possible attack. So now if b4, I don't know if c5 is possible. Could be. And then, for example, takes, and we get this structure we were talking about earlier, yeah? c3 is isolated, but so is d5. But I obtain the absolute control over d4. So something like this. Let's say knight d4, some rook c8, rook c1. Still extremely solid for white. Like everything's defended. Look, everything's
Yeah.
defended.
Yeah, I don't know how he gets through here. But I guess
Do you want me to tell you a secret how these positions are won for the stronger side?
yeah, they wait till you get into time trouble and then they make you blunder.
Well, yeah, or more generally, your opponent helps you.
Yeah.
Because if they do anything wrong, like stay solid, don't blunder anything or give anything away, it's like not likely you're gonna win.
Yeah, I mean that's it. And although again, that might not necessarily be in Felix's favor, because I think Felix is a little bit lower rated in Rapid and Blitz than he is in Classical.
Uh-huh.
And his opponent is quite a bit higher rated in those time controls because he's like 22-30 in Rapid. So
Uh-huh.
the gap is a bit smaller. So maybe it might not be so good. And this is 90. This is just 90 plus 30 with no second time control as well.
So it's just finished. All right.
Yeah, so that's.
But this is strange to, I mean, yeah, I get your point, but still, like you play a classical game, okay? So you have a lot of time to think and so on. But then when you get to little time, that doesn't immediately mean that you switch to your, let's say, rapid or blitz rating.
Mhm.
It's because it's different. Because that rating, rapid and blitz, is based on games you have started and they have finished as rapid or blitz. Yeah,
Yeah.
just one time control, and you get that rating on strictly rapid or blitz games. But in classical, when it comes to this time trouble phase, it's not that you start playing at your rapid or blitz strength.
Yeah.
So because it's a lot of psychology also, because not everybody's brain is capable of adjusting quickly to faster time controls. Also, the type of decisions you're taking, again, your brain needs to adjust, to maybe cut down on some calculation, go more for intuition. Some people panic more. So it's different. Like they may be, let's say, great rapid blitz players, but in classical, when they get to time trouble, they play badly because they maybe feel too much responsibility for their moves. They panic. They whatever reason, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a completely, to my mind, different type of a game or a phase of the game when it's time trouble phase in a classical game.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, nobody plays well in time trouble.
No, no, no.
I'm very anti time trouble. I think it's kind of unacceptable at this point.
Yeah. Well,
I'm
coach,
very critical of the Grishuks and the David Howells of the world who let their clock run down and
yeah,
play
yeah,
on the increment for 3 hours at a time. Their quality just drops. Their level drops. They can't play at the level that they played on when they actually have time to think. And
I
they're probably the best at it. Like their level probably drops less than other people, but everybody else
yeah,
drops massively. Like
yes, yes,
it's
yes, yes.
sometimes hundreds and hundreds of points.
Yes, 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 yes. No, Coach Noy said there are no heroes in time travel,
Yeah,
But
I agree.
I remember a game by David Howell. He played it in the US some years ago.
Hmm.
Last round, okay, some very, very tight tournament. Some young American players. He was there also. I don't know who else was there. And it's a last round. He plays with the black pieces. And as usual, he's like in time trouble by move, I don't know, 20, 30, whatever. Yeah.
3, 4.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And then he plays on this 30-second increment the next 100 moves or something like that. 80, 100 moves. I don't know how many. And he wins in 150, 170. I don't know how many moves. He wins some totally drawn in game
Mhm.
playing on increment time. Last round of a round robin, strong round robin in the US, and he wins the tournament.
Yeah.
But
It can happen, but
not
he
recommended.
also probably would have played better if he just gave himself 15 minutes to win the
Yeah.
game.
Yeah, amazing, amazing. I mean, some people just like this adrenaline rush. It makes them play better. They focus better. Who knows? I don't know. But it's not recommendable for other players, I think.
No, but it's a useful weapon, I think, as well for someone like Felix who obviously is looking to beat a lower rated player here. He probably needs to think about how he can put some pressure on the clock already. Maybe now's a little bit early, but kind of starts considering it now and starts figuring out like what problems can I pose and make him spend 5 minutes here, 10 minutes there, trying
Yeah,
to
yeah.
figure out some threats that are not necessarily serious, but he has to deal with them and he has to figure out how to deal with them. Because then when they get to time trouble, you would expect Felix's instincts to be stronger, his calculation skills to be stronger, and that kind of gets amplified a bit when the pressure's on. So my
Well, we'll
guess is
see.
probably that's how the game is going to go as well, because it doesn't seem like there's too many blunders to be made at the moment.
No, 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 and
The
and
blunder
also
the
look,
blunders are out there. They're out there waiting to be made, but
exactly,
they're hidden at the moment.
exactly. They are not so easy to find at the moment. But also look, it's move 18, and the
Mhm.
situation is relatively simplified. Like pieces have been exchanged, okay, and nothing much is happening. Some strategical decisions to be made, but okay. And that means okay, they have around 40 minutes left. Okay, 42 for Felix and 37 for Jason. And that means that the game will progress towards an, let's say, late middle game fairly soon. Yeah.
Yeah.
And as they spend time, all right, it may happen that already for the end game, they won't be in severe time trouble. So at least maybe the first phase of the end game, if it gets there, they may still have some time on the clock. Because normally, okay, if the it's a complex position, complex game by move 30, 40, you still have some late middle game play, and you're already in time trouble. Here, while the same number of moves may apply, let's say 30, 40, you may still be in some sort of, let's say, an early end game, but they probably will have more time because the position is not so complicated. So they may play faster. We will see. This time management is always a tricky issue. I mean, you want to be able to control it better, but not always possible because of the demands of the position. So, and also the habits of the player. I mean, some players just like to think. So,
Yeah. No, it's very difficult. Let's take a look at board 4, which is just
somebody won
finished.
there.
Yeah, this is a nice a bit of
Whoa,
an opening disaster.
whoa. What happened here? B4. Wow, Sokolsky. That's a rare bird. Okay. D5 takes take well, massive lead in development. Yeah, I mean, look with
Yeah,
black.
this is not a doesn't feel great for white.
Yeah. Queen C2 already says -2
Yeah.
the engine integrated engine after the game, yeah? Long castle and now takes. Again, look, I mean 10 moves and look, all black species developed castle, then white has only a queen out.
Yeah, it's a very principled position for black that like black is just like develop with every move and then
Yeah,
white has
yeah.
only developed one piece and then traded it off.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, it's gonna, it's obviously not that simple when you're playing the game, but yeah, you can see why this deserves to go wrong, I think.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um,
Centralizing F3. Okay, now engine suggests some rook D2 was winning, but that's a bit too much. Normally, when you're such a lead in development, you just try to win with normal means
mhm.
without sacrifices too much or like maybe not too much calculation.
Okay,
Okay,
now
now
here it
rook D2.
comes.
Okay, nice. Yeah, if queen
Yeah,
D2, bishop C3, yeah.
yep, and
If
that's
king
the
D2,
queen.
check here.
Another
And,
sacrifice.
and mate.
This
Oh,
is mate.
yes. Satisfying finish, yeah?
Yeah, this is kind of what you want if you're black. Like I'm pretty happy with this.
Yeah. But okay, this also shows difference in class. Like, okay, white is 1900, black is a FIDE master. So you see the difference in the level of play and like from the start, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is what Felix would have wanted today.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I don't think he realistically hoped for this. No.
No, I think I mean, in general, you don't really get this against
No, no, no.
1900s anyway. It's just yeah, it's a bit
No,
of
no,
a
no.
bit of a disaster in the opening,
Yeah, yeah.
which happens.
Horrible. Yeah. But white's still thinking, okay, that's already almost a 10-minute advantage on the clock.
Mhm. And this
I
is
really don't.
yeah.
This eternal time travel. I mean, I really dislike it so much. I mean, when you have no time control, you have your time from the beginning, and then yeah, do what you B3. Okay, this is it doesn't go B4, he goes B3. Minus
Yeah, this feels like a step in the wrong direction. I don't. It's definitely not a mistake. That would be too much, but
no,
feels
but
like you're
maybe
heading. You're starting to veer towards the wrong path. Maybe here.
it looks weird because he's as if he doesn't show any ambition. Because okay, let's just assume okay, black achieves what they want. Okay, with C5. Let's say I don't know some whatever move. Okay, rook D1, rook C1. I don't know something. Yeah,
Mhm.
whatever. Okay, so this is definitely an improvement for black.
Yep.
Yeah, and but the question still is what next?
Hmm. H6. There's still
Yeah,
some like small improvements.
yeah. I mean,
Rook D8.
rook D8, something. Yeah, queen D3, whatever, something. Thing is like how to pro. I mean, the only way to make some D4 is not possible because it's controlled like too many times.
Mhm.
So the only way to do something is A4, but then always B4.
Yeah,
So
I don't think we want to give the D4 square back.
exactly. So like how do you do something? Yeah. So even if you've improved D5 C5 and everything, you
Uh-huh.
still need to find a way forward.
Okay, Rook A7.
Okay, 7. Okay, let's just make just moves. Okay, how
Or Rook D7.
I want to push D4.
Yeah.
Okay, that's maybe an idea.
And then if he stops it, then maybe we can play. So if we instead of King H2,
Uh-huh.
then if he
No,
played Rook.
let's just see what happens if black just achieves all everything they want.
Okay. A4.
A4.
There's maybe B4 there as well.
No, but just like I give you everything you want, okay?
Hmm.
I mean, okay, D4 is under attack, but um,
Yeah.
like what I'm trying to say is that let's just assume, okay, even this. I mean, not rook b1, take piece,
Yeah.
whatever. No, even this, okay? And I even don't take the pawn, okay? You're a pawn up, and I have this blockade. It's hard. I'm trying to say that it's super hard.
Yeah, yeah. No, this is not. It's not
Even
going to
even
be easy.
let's say okay, even if you okay, I'll just make these moves just to show, yeah. I mean,
Mhm.
whatever, yeah. Even this, yeah. And this is
Yeah,
like massive progress, yeah.
yeah,
Even this, okay. I even move the rook, okay. So I have this blockade. Okay, obviously I have some activity and some threats myself, but I'm not touching anything. So just to show that it's super hard to make progress, even if you get everything you want.
yeah.
So
So
even okay,
maybe D4 is not the.
yeah, okay, fine. But then how? What do you play? Like how do you how you improve? It's okay. What's the live modes? What's the he played bishop e6. Okay,
Wait, he should start with bishop e6 and c5 anyway. Like
yeah,
I
bishop
think.
e6 e5. Yes, and then the question is what? Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean I don't know if even now if uh White changes his mind and
Okay.
goes b4 now, wasting a tempo.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, wait, I've got it now. H6 is the move.
It's,
No, no, we'd. Okay, with this we would play a4 first.
so you want to b4 a4.
Yeah.
All right, a3,
H6,
h6, h4,
king f8.
king f8. So you want to go? We're gonna go there
Yeah. No,
and go.
I'll probably just sit on e7.
No, but you don't threaten g5. I mean, you can always go h5 or something. You'd never get it.
I don't catch
At
the
least
pawn.
at least not in favorable circumstance.
Yeah.
No, I mean
Yeah.
this is
Okay, but he won't play b4.
he won't play b4. Yeah, that's probably pretty likely that he won't. But again, even like see, even with a wasted tempo, it's still fine.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, let's say just rook b d1,
All right,
h
c5 and then
c5, and h4, h6.
and now we wait.
Yep.
No, here without okay. I mean, a4. I think the rook should stay on b1 because when you go a4, white wants to be able to go b4. So that's why I think the rook
Yeah.
should stay
Yeah.
there.
Okay. Yeah.
Because otherwise, if it's not, and then let's say I don't know king h2, whatever, I can push a4. Now there are issues with this pawn. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you probably have to go back to defend it. But now maybe yeah something, maybe I don't know, maybe nothing, but still get the a file somehow, do something. Okay, still b4 should be fine, but I don't know. It's hard to suggest constructive things. But white spending time means that maybe he's not comfortable and doesn't know what to do. And here the character of the player also comes to the fore because if he's a player that wants to do things, a dynamic player, active player, he may more easily commit a mistake trying to do something when there is no real reason to do that. Whereas if he's a calm player, okay, he's comfortable staying still and staying put and not doing much, then he should be fine. But the fact that he's spending time, that means that he may not be entirely comfortable here.
Yeah, and that can definitely make it very difficult to hold this. We need
Yes.
where are the Irish viewers? We need some insider local knowledge
Yeah.
from like the people who know Jason. Someone was definitely in the chat saying that Jason is probably one of Ireland's best prodigies, so he must have some local knowledge. We need to figure out how this is going to go. It is a tricky position to have, but yeah, he should be pretty happy so far. I don't know how well his tournament's been going. Okay, he's on 2.5 out of 3. He drew with the 2400 yesterday.
Yeah. Was he
Um,
also like? Did he get?
he
Yeah,
was
he got
white yesterday.
two white
Yeah.
in a row. Two whites in a row.
So
Two white.
yesterday he avoided an early queen trade as well. So
Uh-huh.
maybe he's not super happy with end games. I mean, this was a nice game as well. It doesn't. Okay, at some point he did trade the queens, but yeah, this seems like very comfortable as well.
Hmm. I don't know. Have you noticed any other games that may deserve our attention?
We have another decisive game on board 5. No wait,
Mm.
sorry, I'm looking at the wrong.
12.
Looking at round 3. So sorry.
Let's check the streamers. Yeah.
Yeah, let's check in with the chess nerd.
Okay.
I
Zachary.
don't know if he's actually streaming this one. But yeah, he has a nice position now. Think.
Well, not sure what's going on here.
This feels like it's on the verge of just collapsing for black. I feel like he's like one move away from something horrible happening, but then everything is kind of tied up as well.
Yeah, exactly. And the problem is that like these knights are just tying down
Yeah.
white and controlling all these important squares. And white needs to kind of keep both like the rook to on the a file to defend a5 and the knight on e4, bishop on e3 to defend c5. So how to how to untie or like what to do?
But is there some tricks here?
I mean, maybe at some point white needs to just sacrifice that pawn to enter rook d6 and then maybe rook e6 to get some activity. But I don't know, that needs to be calculated properly because if it just backfires, then it's black to play though. So
Okay, so rook g8 doesn't work.
okay, I mean we should check what happens if he just sacks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like
This
this.
is a terrible idea. You should never sacrifice the exchange.
Never sacrifice exchange. Yeah. Or maybe with the other knight. I don't know. I mean, which one's better. No, maybe the other knight. My point being that if you keep it alive, I can go here and maybe go after that pawn as well.
We're being asked if we think Felix likes his position. I'm not sure because Felix is quite a solid positional player, so he might be thinking, okay, I'm happy to sit here for the next 4 hours and grind this out. As long as it doesn't end, like I'm happy. But I guess he's not super happy to be this far into the game and not really have any advantage. Especially
Maybe
with quite a lot of material
that's
coming
what
up
you
the
need
board.
to expect nowadays, I think. That you're not gonna get anything easy, at least not early on.
Mhm.
So you just have to be kind of, especially when you play black, whew,
Yeah.
it's kind of you have to really be patient and hope for the long term.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's definitely the kind of mindset thing as well. Whereas, it's not that clear. Like, should he be unhappy here if he knows he has a game, it's going to continue. His opponent's starting to use more time. Maybe he's starting to feel a bit more comfortable. Obviously,
Yeah.
Black is in zero trouble as well, so that's something that it kind of makes you feel a bit more confident or relaxed about the position. 'Cause it's just never. It's hard to imagine how Black would actually lose from here.
But what's interesting in this Zachary game is that he has 1 hour left and his opponent has 10 minutes left. So here time travel will probably be an issue.
Yep, Zachary has the right idea.
Okay, let's check Prado. What's
Okay,
going?
so the opening in that one was kind of interesting.
Which one? This one?
In the Prado one, yeah. We didn't look at the start of this one.
Well, some English stuff. But
So
then,
so Alexandra's not had a great tournament so far. I think she's lost her first three games.
whoa,
So
whoa,
she's
zero out
obviously
of six.
wants to win this one, but then it's like, how do you go for the win with black against the English? I think it's going to be difficult. I'm not sure this is a.
No, but here, I mean, okay, knight d7, probably knight c3 is a bit more active. Never mind, knight be determined. Queen c8, and here, I mean, h4. That like, I mean, king h2 is always the move. I mean, you never weaken g4.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, I don't
maybe he
really
was worried
understand
about
this.
this actually.
Ah,
Weaken
okay,
this,
maybe, but
but I don't know. Thing is, like, okay, you go e3 and you still have control of dark squares. Okay, the diagonal is empty, so nothing much going on. You can put a knight on e4, but okay, h4 takes, queen d7, d5. Okay, played normally. I mean,
yeah,
some exchanges, e4. That's strange.
yeah, e4. It always annoys me when people get to play e4 in the English because I feel like they shouldn't be allowed to. It doesn't.
Yeah, yeah,
You should never get away with it, but it always seems to be that pawn is just not that weak.
yeah, like the Sicilian. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, it's like, okay, I'm gonna win that pawn, and you just
I'm not sure about
never
this
works.
move. I mean, okay, this probably should be critical, but then what? Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
Strange.
yeah,
Okay, queen d7, rook d1, queen b7. But wow, this is like, what's going on? Like, why not there immediately? If you wanted to go to b7, like, why d7, b7? It
yeah.
seems like
She
she
probably
was.
like wanted to keep an eye on d3 at first, and then realized, okay, there's no point to this.
Yeah, but that's not how you play.
Yeah, sometimes how I play, so
Eh?
I can relate.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, black is still probably fine. Just that just wasting so much time doesn't. I don't
Okay,
know.
but is black okay here? Like rook a1 and rook a5 maybe?
I mean, that, or I was thinking maybe this with the idea of e5 and then.
That looks pretty scary as well.
So I don't know. I mean, I think somehow it should be fine, but okay, I don't know. H6 first for sure to get rid of the knight, and then something. I don't know. Okay, 98.
Okay, rook
I don't
a5.
know. Well, yeah, unpleasant for sure.
Hmm.
Unpleasant.
Yeah, this one's a bit tricky.
Yeah, but she had a very good position earlier. Now just messed it up. We're just wasting time.
Hmm.
Yeah, well. Okay, let's go back to Felix. Well, Queen f4 happened after bishop e6.
Okay, so Jonah has an interesting question. It says, in the structure for Felix, would he want to trade off queens and a pair of rooks to take advantage of bishop versus knight? Which I think is probably the wrong question, because I don't think that's an advantage here, but
Exactly.
it's
Yeah,
an
yeah,
instructive question.
yeah. No, the thing is that I mean exchanges don't come easily in this position, as you can notice. And again, like I don't see an advantage of a bishop over knight.
Mhm.
Like if you imagine something like I don't know, black pushing h6, g5, f4, and bishop getting active and maybe getting to these pawns, then yeah, but I don't see it happening. So I don't see an advantage, especially as white can still place all his pawns on dark squares. And then what's the bishop doing? Yeah, push b4, put a knight on d4. What then? Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I guess I'm trying to think if there's a way to like secure the knight. if there's a way to make sure the knight can't sit on d4, then maybe some. But even
Here he played queen c7. I don't know why he dallies with c5. Maybe he threatens f6. You know, there's this pin.
yeah,
Maybe that's
if we go back like one or two moves, and let's say after bishop e6, queen d4,
queen d4.
yeah, and then queen takes. And then I think even pawn takes, the knight is probably still better, even though the knight doesn't get to
It doesn't get to, but then
e4,
you're
but
just
yeah,
okay. You can go a4, but b4, and then
yeah. And then rook c1, knight e1, knight d3, knight c5.
yeah. So it's like not that great.
But it's hard to figure this stuff out in the game as well, because if your kind of instinct is naturally, oh, the bishop's better than the knight, and then they trade off pieces, and then you're like, oh crap, I have this really horrible bishop.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah,
like the knight just completely dominates it. It's easy to go down that road.
yeah, yeah. No, you must always obviously evaluate the position based on the current characteristics. I mean,
Yeah.
here there is no advantage. The position is relatively closed, so no advantage. But it's okay. I'm really curious why queen c7. What does he want? Not sure.
Yeah, what's okay, so what's the idea of Queen C7? I'm
Trying to
curious.
figure that out as well because I mean, okay, the only I mean, I concrete idea is that there is this pin on the pawn and maybe you go f6, but f6 you don't want to go because
Hmm.
like okay, let's make silly moves. Okay, some h4, f6. Okay, and just white does nothing. Yeah, king h1. What have you achieved? I mean, if you take, then just improve whatever piece comes to e5.
Mhm.
If you don't take, play bishop f7. Okay, what then? Again, you take, and then again, the piece, great piece comes to e5. So f6, I don't see achieving any.
No, but it's something that Jason will have to check as well. So he spends another few minutes like making sure f6 is not a real threat. You can see a world where f6 is actually
Knight d4.
something more concrete.
Okay, maybe knight d4. Now this is king, maybe queen d7.
Okay, let's say Queen d7.
Yeah.
And I know this won't happen, but just knight takes e6.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I know. Okay.
So how safe is this for white?
I mean,
Obviously, white is going to be content with a draw, but is this like super safe or not?
it is safe, but again, if you look at it, I think it's black has more active play with the pawns. Like c5, d4, and a4 are all kind of possible breaks. Whereas white, I mean, if you go c4 with white, then you allow this passed pawn, which may still be fine. For example, let's just assume something like this, yeah? Or even a4, okay? How you break through. Yeah, you can pile down on or up, whatever, yeah? Against the pawn on b3, but just white will defend it 3 times. You can't win it. And this pawn is not going anywhere, and you can't break anything. I mean, make anything substantial on the king side because white will just stop it. Yeah. So that's one point.
Okay, well maybe, but you could probably play h6, g6, rook g6.
Yeah, okay, but even if you achieve all that, okay, I'll get my king to a2 in the meantime, and like, it's pretty stale. I've looked at these positions. This type of position actually can arise from this Sicilian when black plays e6, knight c6, a6. Okay, and white takes knight c6, bc6. And this type of structure can arise from that type of Sicilian. I've looked at these types of positions and endgames and stuff from white side, in fact, to try to play for an advantage, in fact, but it's super stale. Very, very like almost like a fortress. So that's one thing, okay? c4. But even if you don't play c4, okay, then white, let's say h4, whatever. c5. My thinking was that, okay, black can try to, okay, go d4, maybe c4 with a rook on c8, maybe a4. So black has some more active pawn play. Yeah, it doesn't mean that it brings him much, but there is more. Let's say black is the more active side. Yeah. So this exchange of light pieces, yes, it's super solid for white, but I think it gives black a little bit of some prospects. Yeah, very difficult, very hard, but maybe a little bit. So, so he played queen d7. Okay, so now white needs to think. I mean,
Yeah, and I don't think you would ever take on
no, it's.
d7.
I mean, not necessarily because okay, if black continues with c5 on the next move. What you gonna do? Are you gonna go back and waste the tempo and everything, or are you gonna take? I mean, one idea is maybe to go a4 with the idea of c5, knight b5, and maybe target this square. That's an idea. Yeah. I don't know if that was his idea. We'll see, but in a way, previously we were securing the knight on d4 with the move b4, controlling c5, but here doesn't work because a2 is hanging. Yeah. Even though maybe this is also some compensation. But here maybe we can secure the knight there by playing a4 and discouraging c5 because of knight b5. Just an idea. Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
how white is thinking, but what he wants to do. But
yeah, because I guess does he have to play a4 here?
no, I mean, you play a4 if you want to keep the light pieces on. If you don't want to keep the light pieces on, you can play any move, whatever,
Yeah, but it just seems a bit unnatural to.
and then take.
Yeah, that. Yeah, I don't feel like this is what his idea is.
We will soon find out because the position will be clarified very quickly. I mean, white needs to decide right now because c5 obviously is something black wants to play. I don't know why he didn't play it earlier, but okay. So we will see. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's like my impression from the game is that you can notice it's very fine details and differences, but you can notice that white was playing somewhat, how to say, wobbly, in a sense that, I mean, you feel that he could have played in a more direct, principled way, but some moves that he played were like, again, I'll say this word wobbly because it's like, it doesn't quite feel right. But on the other hand, it doesn't spoil much or anything at all. So it's a very, I mean, for example, as a stronger player, when you face this kind of play, it's very frustrating because you see better moves for your opponent.
Yeah.
You see that they play suboptimally, but you can't take advantage of that because, well, even those suboptimal moves are not worsening the position or giving you any chances.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty, I mean, okay, c4, that's something different. That's really, I mean, situation I think Felix is finding himself in. But this, I think, is a bit off. I think it's a bit.
Okay, so his idea is to take the bishop then.
Yeah, probably.
Otherwise,
what else? Yeah.
well,
I mean, okay. I mean, if c5, knight b5 may still be okay. So maybe it's still, yeah. But what I think, I mean, what my first idea was actually to take. And now, okay, take on e6. And now again, not quite clear how to recapture.
yeah, maybe this is clever because if you can take on c4 with the queen, then this structure is, yeah, like if you play with f takes e6 here and then
yeah,
queen takes
okay,
c4,
this,
which
yeah,
is
yeah,
kind
then
of
this is
just
this is
yeah,
okay,
good.
yeah.
I mean, Only white can be better,
Probably
surely.
like this, yeah.
Yeah.
And this is probably just equal, yeah. Yeah, this is probably just equal.
I mean, maybe even white is some, not pressure, but I don't think white is scrambling to save the draw here.
Yeah, this
I mean, I
is,
guess you maybe have to start with F4, but
yeah, F4
not the
probably.
it's not the hardest move to find. Well, no,
Mm.
the pawn isn't actually hanging, so but you want the F2 square for the king, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. You want to be able to come. I mean, it's like, I don't think it's anything serious anyway. Um, this. I don't know who's risking more here. So C4.
C4 seems it might be a good
But
move, actually.
it's also funny, like you see how in different direction White was thinking. We were thinking more
Yeah.
establishing, dark square control, secure the knight, and all this and that. But he's playing in a completely different way, like breaking up the center, opening up the game, like completely different direction.
Yeah.
And this is also can be again unpleasant surprise, even if that type of play is not the best. You may feel it's not the best, but it's not the worst either. It's not that you're getting winning chances or anything, but you actually don't expect it. And then you have to invest time to kind of adapt to the new situation. You're expecting all the time plans with, I don't know, B4s, control of the dark square, stuff like that.
Mhm.
And then all of a sudden you're hit with something like this that you at least didn't consider seriously. And now
Yeah.
it's on the board and you have to adapt and spend time. This takes energy. And it's not as if you are suddenly given winning chances.
Mhm.
So this is also a psychological moment when you play, let's say, not only weaker players, but sometimes let's call them even some original players, okay, who will just treat the position in a unexpected way.
Yeah. Okay, but this brings it to life a bit more, I think. Let's say maybe C5 then.
All right, C5, and now I the knight B5, but knight D6 also, yeah.
Yeah. Although I guess F takes. Yeah, I mean, okay, we looked at this one already with.
Yeah, but here White has an additional option to take actually. And now this is double-edged, obviously. And
But
taking with
yeah, this feels like Felix should be reasonably happy there. I think he can keep.
yeah, this is not clear. I mean,
And yeah, I think this would be difficult for White to play.
I'm not
One
sure
time.
because like, the point is like, okay, queens and rooks on the board, king safety is primary
Yeah.
kind of uh
Yeah, I mean, he
with
definitely has
primary
to
importance,
check
yeah.
this.
So I mean, whenever some mess happens, black's king will be more exposed. So black should be a bit careful. I mean, yes, there is a passed pawn, there is a possibility to advance and so on, but also white has a passed pawn, and when the king is weaker, so it's some risk here. But
Yeah.
after c5, as you said, there's knight b5 as well. So
Okay, this one I think is
so he took on
more
c4.
okay.
Yeah, but no, okay, it's
Okay, what happens if B takes C4 first?
nothing. Nothing happens, but takes. Well, yeah, I don't know.
This looks kind of scary.
I mean, it's fine. I mean, not that it's. I don't know if bishop d3 is worth something, but
Rook D1 maybe?
take.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so knight D6.
No, maybe and there's no knight, not checked because knight d6. Yeah, takes. Nah, this is some. I don't know, maybe take the. No, this if black gets to some, this is super happy. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. Okay, he took on
the
E6
took on
then.
e6. Yeah, that's normal. Yeah. And now we either get that maybe like queen e6, queen c4, some rook, double rook endgame, or
Okay,
otherwise,
I think the double rook endgame is just dead.
well, looked like it, but we'll see.
But then the other way,
Now,
like the
what?
problem is if you take with the pawn and then queen c4, it's just
No, but
like
then just
this
worse.
is like yeah, it's just like good for white. So
Yeah, just worse. I mean, you have these weaknesses and like no
yeah,
point.
rook d1 is such a big threat as well.
And okay, you take with the rook, okay, it's the same or similar. And this is weak.
Yeah, rook
I
d1
mean, you
is
have some counterplay against d5, but again, you have more weak pawns.
Mhm.
So sensible move is to take with queen, but and then yeah, queen takes, and then okay, queen c4. I mean, even bc4. It's not that. I mean, it spoils much. I mean, the rook is on the open file already. White will open a luft, and it's. I mean, foreseeable future. It's not hard to imagine some jumps pawns being chopped off or exchanged and ending to some sort of a sterile position. Yeah, queen c4. Okay, that's what's played. And now again, if you don't exchange, you're just worse. Yeah, white plays rook c1, and then
Yeah, this doesn't seem like a
nothing
winning
too
attempt.
exciting.
Yeah. Okay, so he has to. How can he make a mess? How can he confuse the issue?
Well, you are the expert on that.
Okay, so he took on e6 and then yeah, took on c4. So I like to use minor pieces to make a mess. So
Hard to make a mess with queens and rooks on the board. Yeah.
I mean, okay, if we're gonna be okay, let's say I'm playing black against like a 1500 here. So okay, I'll play queen g6. Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
it'll happen.
I was gonna say queen g6 and just h5.
Yeah.
We're trying. We gotta figure something out, but
Well, then you'd lose the pawn on c6, and then what?
yeah, I just give it up. I gotta make a mess somehow.
Okay, this endgame. I mean, okay, white has the file, but black has some pressure on e5. So
Okay,
now,
how
okay,
do we make some real pressure here?
thing is that
Or
okay, it's very concrete. I think he will spend some time here because he needs to calculate a little bit, like what's the priority, whether to fight for the file, whether to, I don't know, open a luft for the king. Uh, I mean, how to open a luft for the king, whether f6 is something he may wants to consider or not.
okay, let's go for the stupid idea first. Let's try f4.
F4. But what do you wanna like? Why was
I
the?
want to go after. I want to make sure the e pawn is not secure.
Okay,
So I'm gonna play g5, king g7, king g6, king f5.
all right. Okay, let's just attack some
Okay,
pawns.
rook e6.
Rook e6. Now, I don't know, f3, let's say.
Okay, g5.
G5, G3,
Um,
king G7.
e- okay, rook d8 first.
Yeah, maybe something here. There is something here. Yeah, for black to
Just kind
fight.
of okay. It's not going to be concrete, but like try to create some problems at least for white to solve.
Okay, but this is a useful variation because okay, putting a rook on e6 is double function, defending the weak pawn and attacking e5.
Yeah.
So um
I mean, maybe. maybe starting with rook e6 as well. But
Yeah,
then, but then f4. This is the problem. This is what I didn't like.
so okay, let's see f4 again.
F4 just seems like a very
Maybe
loose move.
this.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was kind of more worried about, that he just goes after the pawn, like
Yeah,
g5,
g4.
g3, or h4, or
No, but there is a trick. Like if this, then f5 maybe. Eh?
yeah, okay.
There is a trick. So, or g3 first. Yeah, g3 or even f3 first, just to defend the rook. So there are no f5 tricks, and then h4.
Okay. But king g7 here,
Maybe some h4, h6.
and king g6.
Now g3, g4. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. One of those,
The take,
or g3. I would take.
king f5.
Yeah, well,
Maybe.
yeah, maybe.
F4 seems like a very un-grandmasterly move, though.
No, I mean, he has an idea definitely to cut off the pawn. It's just the key is to kind of calculate. That's why I thought he will think to calculate if it actually works on a move by move basis.
Yeah.
So otherwise, yeah, it's a move Black would like to make.
Okay, he played rook b8
Ah,
instead.
he played rook b8 as we said initially. But what does the engine say about f4? I'm really curious now.
Everything's equal, so doesn't care.
Okay,
But it
that,
wants g3 immediately.
okay, g3. Ah, he wants to take, yeah.
Yeah.
And if f3, then rook b3, yeah, and it's not working. Okay, again, this is the point of on a move by move basis. If it doesn't
Well,
work,
I mean, I thought here like you probably just have time for f6, but then I guess maybe your pawn is weak as well not after that. So
no f6 you can, but you just exchange this for this.
yeah, and I wasn't sure if this was anything.
Yeah.
Probably it's just not, doesn't do anything.
Okay, rook b8. Now he's fighting for the file. Yeah. Now white needs to do something. I mean, f4 we said, but also g3. King f1. Yeah, it's about equalish, but at least some like semi threats. Yeah.
Mm,
So they enter the endgame early, like to move 25. They're already in an endgame, so they have more time than usual. Yeah, normally you get this endgame after move 40, this type of endgame. Yeah, in a game that's more complicated. So you get it after move 40 when you don't have time. And here you have time, and this helps.
yeah. But this doesn't seem okay. How do you lose this with white? How do you, what's the bad plan here?
Well, the bad plan is you mess up on the queen side.
So okay, can you lose by just trading rooks first?
Okay. And then,
And then f4?
yeah, this is, I mean,
This is a lot worse already.
looks much worse.
Because are you in time with rook d8 maybe? But yeah, it seems you just turn it into a race, right?
So this is losable, yeah, for white because it's cut off the
Yeah.
second rank and weaknesses and so on. But this is what this
But
is the worst case.
you probably don't lose a pawn, right? Because you've got rook d1 and then you grab the c pawn.
Yeah, yeah, probably, yeah.
So it's
but it's still
You
kind
can
of
lose it, yeah.
a bit worrisome because the king is cut off.
Mhm.
Even though again should be fine, but it,
There's
there is
just
some danger.
there's no reason to go into this. Just
Yeah, yeah. So
do something.
obviously, I
Okay,
mean, if you
he's
can
played
avoid it,
f4.
if you he played f4, right? If you can avoid it, then we're still following our line. Here we looked at something like rook b4, but
Mhm.
I don't know if that's the best move, but okay.
Hmm.
I mean, okay, here's another, let's say, bad case scenario for white. Let's say rook b4, and okay, rook c1, which is a bad move, obviously. Rook d8. Okay, now probably should be played rook d1, but let's just assume something passive like this. And this is a bad case scenario. I mean, this is a very bad scenario, yeah? You give up both open files and your pawns are attacked. This is a very bad scenario.
Okay, so there's. But if rook b4, you should just take, right?
Yeah, this is what we were looking at earlier. Yeah, takes, and now rook d1 or rook b1 something, yeah. And I don't think white risks much here. Controlling the file. I mean, in some case, this if it's attacked, rook d2 just defends it. And there are always active ideas like rook d6, rook c6. So this is probably not how black
Okay,
should
but
play.
it's maybe kind of the same. Okay, so rook b4.
King
Right,
f8.
king f8.
Yeah, okay, that's better. Rook b4, just I don't think it was good because after that
Yeah.
capturing rook d1, it's okay. Now he just wants to maybe get the king, take the file, and see maybe what to do. No, I somehow think there is some potential here. There is some potential.
You have to be very patient now, right?
Yeah, because I mean, white's pawns are a bit further advanced, and in an endgame that can easily be mean more exposed. And also, like white can't leave the file, okay, can't just move because black is penetrating immediately.
Mhm.
And for example, if black takes over the other file, okay, then black may play with this idea of exchanging one pair of rooks and getting in there, and the king being close maybe to cover these weaknesses. So
Okay.
there is some potential here for things to go wrong for white. I mean,
Hang on, sorry, we have an important comment in the chat. Someone says Mr. Dodgy sounds a lot like Magnus. I assume he means in terms of my chess analysis, not about my voice or my accent. You're so right, Air 4767.
yeah.
Yep, guys, the delay there is a delay on the DGT board, so the physical one will be a bit ahead. It does look
So
like
you can
it's
actually
probably
see the
trade.
position on the physical board?
You can just about see some of the pieces. It does look like there's been a pair of rooks maybe traded on b4 possibly. But yeah, we're about 50 minutes behind, so
So they're pretty far ahead actually from this position now, right?
yeah. Oh no, I think I can't actually tell if there's still two rooks, possibly. Live feed then also be delayed. Nah, it's fine. It's not easy to do, believe it
Yeah,
or not.
live feed. Yeah, live feed. I remember actually when I was actually in the Rilton Cup, I think, when I was telling you that I met Prado.
Mhm.
I was fair play officer there, and actually we were discussing this that okay, she would be streaming her games, and somebody would comment. I don't know, but also the live stream was delayed for 15 minutes.
Yeah, it technically it's quite difficult to do, believe it or not.
I'm
It's
not
kind
sure
of
how they were
no.
doing it.
So it's easy to do if you don't. So basically, you should delay the whole stream, including
Exactly.
our comments.
Yes.
Um, but that means that it's really hard to engage with chat as well because all of their comments are to stuff we said 15 minutes ago, so you can't really have any back and
No,
forth.
the problem is actually the live interaction with chat, because now I remember, for example, at the Isle of Men at the Grand Swiss, it was David and Jovanka doing the live commentary, and there was also a delay. And what happened was that actually they were commenting live, so the game started, let's say, at 3 p.m. They start commenting at 3 p.m. in live, but they transmit everything, the commentary and the games, at 3:15.
Yeah.
But of course, they get no live interaction with chat in that case.
Yeah. But also, I mean, these things are all anti-cheating things, and Sligo is really, really strict with electronic devices not being allowed in the room whatsoever.
Yeah.
Like you're not let there's none of this. Oh, you switch your phone off, you leave it in your bag or whatever. Like you can't have your phone in the room.
Okay.
So and it's a small tournament. There's only about 40 players there. So and you're
Aha.
not allowed to leave the room during the game.
But okay. But
But you
do
can
they
go to there's
actually?
bathrooms within the playing area,
Right,
but
right, right.
like
But do they play
um
actually in the same hotel where everybody's staying, or they play somewhere else?
yeah, basically everyone is there. There's only I think 2 hotels in the whole of the town it's in. So yeah, basically everyone's at this hotel.
No, my question was whether, for example, you just leave your phone in your room and you come downstairs and you play, so you don't have to take anything with you.
Yeah, that's effectively
But
it.
that's ideal.
And then but there is someone outside the room where you can leave your phone with
Okay, that too.
if you
That.
need to. But yeah, no, it's a good system. I think it just removes any doubts, removes any
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
questions about, has someone got up from the board, they've got their phone in their pocket by accident or completely innocent.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
think it's better. Just no phones, no nonsense. You
Right, 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 right.
just don't have it.
Right. All right, rook b4 played now. Okay, so I suppose you should take and go rook d1 again. Just take and rook d1.
And then rook
How
a.
this pans out, okay? Because now it's with check, all right, and there is no
Yes.
mate. But even in that case, I don't know if this works. Let's say this.
This looks more scary. I'm sure this is a draw.
Could
But
be, but not necessarily.
oh, maybe.
I don't know. No, this too
Oh no,
passive
this is.
doesn't look too great, but I don't know. I mean, again, it requires some calculation for white.
But yeah, just rook d2 looks kind of solid as well.
I mean here, yeah.
Oh, okay, rook a3.
No, but here, okay. This is already. I mean, king e7 first, maybe, and then rook a3, rook c3. It can be tricky. So this is what I meant when I said white pawns are more exposed.
Yeah. But yeah, this is just kind of he just has to make these decisions, and as the clock is ticking down, they get
Yeah,
harder and
yeah.
harder to make.
Okay, now maybe I mean, we haven't calculated really very deeply, but maybe you get the impression that finally on move 27, black is getting into some sort of a chance to hope for a win. At least there is something concrete, some concrete problems, yeah, on the board. So that's like modern chess. You have to be patient. Like nothing was happening. It was super safe. White had 10 different ways to achieve a super safe position, but eventually he still allowed some chance, yeah.
Yeah. Now, but also like what else can you do here as well? You have
You mean
to you
for
have to
white?
just defend the pawn.
For white? No, I mean you can maybe go rook c1 if you want, and if check rook e2, but this looks strange.
Yeah, just gonna rook b8
I mean even take an f6 maybe loses the pawn,
Hmm.
so this looks weird.
Yeah, and if the other rook, then probably rook b8.
No, probably he must take and then do some active, like we said, yeah, some active play.
Yeah, but this definitely requires you to calculate
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
super
And then now
concretely
it's 10
because
minutes, 10
yeah.
minutes to finish, so But it's scary. I mean, you're dropping that pawn with check, your pawn down. Okay, there is this pawn that is kind of dangerous. So, well, it requires some precise calculation. And this is when I mean, this is when games are decided. Like little time on the clock, and you need to calculate precisely to determine the result. You do it well, you do well. Like I don't know, you save the game, or you draw, you win. You mess up, you lose. And it's the worst part is that it doesn't really matter what you've done up to that point. Like you could have played like crap, you could have played a great game. It doesn't matter, because what matters is that when you have very little time on the clock, you need to calculate precisely to kind of fix the result in a way that okay, you calculate exactly and you know it's fixed. Draw, win, loss. That's it. And now we're approaching that time. It's this decision time for how the game ends.
Yeah. Okay, let's start with rook b4.
Takes, yeah.
And then rook b1 first.
C5.
And then back to d1.
All right, rook a8.
And then I think rook d2.
Rook d2, rook there. I mean, if you lose this one, you're done. So you must go after the pawn. So you must go something like this.
To do this. Yeah, I was trying to find a way not to lose the pawn with check, but there's just no way to do it.
I know you can't. It's unavoidable once with the king on the.
But then rook a5 is just not.
Yeah, rook a5, but that's why I think it was better to have the rook here so that you can get behind the pawn.
Yeah. Okay, but this might still be a draw, but I wouldn't want to play this one out.
It might be, yeah. Might as well be, yeah. I mean, not so easy.
Oh, did you just have rook c3 here? No.
No, not rook c3, but just I mean,
yeah.
Again, and I don't know.
Yeah, how do you make progress as black though? Can you make progress here?
I mean, okay, you play king e7, maybe you start something f6, g5, I don't know, something, and at some point you transform somehow. You give up the pawn, you try to do something else. Not sure,
okay,
but
so
this is
maybe. Yeah, okay. I think probably the king position doesn't matter too. Well, I guess white can't actually do anything either. So like, let's say just I don't know, white makes a move. King d3.
h4.
Or h4. Rook a3. And rook a2. Yeah, I guess we still have to go back to.
Yeah, it's tricky, but the problem is this is very unpleasant for white, who kind of cannot be 100% sure that there isn't something that he's missing, right?
Yeah.
And okay, he also needs to include rook b1, rook d1. You know, I mean, what?
Oh wait, we have.
So he took and played c5. Okay, this is not. We didn't consider this. I mean, the idea is to stop c5 by black. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so rook a
8, rook e2 probably. Yeah.
Okay, so he wants rook a5, rook c2, and the rook defends both pawns.
Yeah, and also their idea is to attack this one. Yeah. It's sensible.
Okay.
Yeah, so now is the kind of a.
Okay, but can we get the king in? No. Are we faster with the king?
d5.
Yeah.
And probably not gonna make it. Like what? King e7.
No. Start with rook 8.
Rook a8, rook e2.
Yeah, and then rook a5.
I don't know.
Even rook a5 here is. Yeah, I guess that as well.
Oh, you wanna go after the pawn, or you wanna? No, but
let's try rook a4 first.
Maybe nah. Okay, rook a4, just king e3, whatever.
King e6.
Yeah.
Rook a5.
No, but it's check and then you lose the pawn.
Ah, yeah.
So
Mhm.
he went rook
Okay.
a8. Okay, so it's white to move now. Okay, he's playing fast, which is good, and white is really short of time. 6 minutes left. Okay, less than 650. And he's on the defensive. So you see, black took over around move 25, yeah, approximately,
Mhm.
which is again thanks to a lot of decisions by white that were far from forced. They were voluntary. So this is like again how weaker players lose against stronger players. Yeah, they make a lot of small decisions that accumulate and
Uh-huh.
they lead to some unpleasantness later on. They are not necessarily bad. The engine would maybe tell you this is still 000. Yeah. So from
Yeah.
the engine's perspective, why did not commit a single mistake? But for the duration of the game, you see that White like was making these kind of decisions where it was super safe, super safe, super safe in 10 different ways, but always some small decisions at some points which left the game going a little bit longer, left some play in the position, and then okay, a little bit here and there again, only from a humor perspective. From an engine perspective, it can still be fine. But for a
Yeah.
humor perspective, here and there, and again, somehow, okay, he's now on the defensive a little bit. He needs to be a bit more careful. Okay, he continues to play well. He saves the game. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But normally, the trend is a powerful force in chess, and once it starts going in one direction, it's hard to stop it or reverse it.
Yeah.
And normally games are lost then. Okay, of course there are exceptions, but normally games are lost. I mean, white is
Yeah,
far
because
from lost here, I think.
you always feel like your position is worse when your opponent has the initiative, even if it's completely
Yeah,
equal.
exactly,
Like,
exactly,
it's easy
exactly,
to talk yourself into the idea that this position is like -1 when it's just the fact that your opponent is attacking you.
exactly. Yeah,
There's
yeah.
nothing concrete at all.
No, and also for white, I mean, it's psychologically like he was very comfortable for the whole game,
Hmm.
not a worry in the world, and now there is worry. And suddenly, from being carefree and playing like easily, now you have to defend. Even though let's say from a higher perspective engine perspective both situations are 000, but for a human being free and without worry and then having to defend, a huge difference. There's a huge difference, so that makes it problematic. Again, I would say this is 0-0. I don't know what the engine says. It's okay, 0-0 obviously, but I mean he needs to defend and he has not much time. Seven. Okay, now probably the clock was adjusted to 7:50 against 18, and black can try to probe here and there. So I don't know, not pleasant, but let's see how he deals with it.
Yeah. Do you think the engines have become kind of useless for positions like this? Because it just says everything is 0-0 because it can defend, and then it just doesn't. Like these numbers just don't mean anything at this point.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, they just give you the objective evaluation from a god
Yeah.
like perspective. Like God sees everything and says it's a
Yeah.
draw. But how you are going to play it or how a human is going to play it, it tells you nothing about it. So it just tells you the truth, okay? But how it's gonna play out, you don't know. That's the thing. I mean, so they are not useless from the aspect of determining the truth, but from the aspect of telling you which move poses more problems, which move is trickier, which move is more problematic. You basically what you have to do is just set up the engine on like 5 different moves to show you 5, 10 different moves, and then go over each one and see which one is the most difficult for one side to play. But that's hard work, obviously. Yeah, it's like
Yeah, and obviously you can't do that at the board because it's frowned
no, at the
upon.
board. No, no. I mean, we're analyzing at the board now.
Yeah.
Forget about the board. Yeah.
Um. Okay, so Yeah, I guess Felix has to decide where he's going to put his stuff now.
Yeah, whether to go rook a3 first, whether king e7, whether rook a5, like how to start. So he has 16 minutes, still time to think. And this is good because this, like, okay, good for both sides. For black to find maybe the trickiest way to pose problems, and for white to have enough time to defend. Imagine getting this endgame, which you can easily get, move 30 with a couple of minutes left. Man, that's like blunderfest galore. And
Yeah.
yeah, just good luck, yeah.
The very first open tournament I played, I was rated 1600. And I got to 3 rook and pawn endgames with over an hour left on the clock.
Wow.
And I was just able to figure everything out of the board and won all 3 of them.
There you go.
So that was my strategy for endgames for a long time. It's just get there with a lot of time.
That's
Then
actually
you
a very
can
good
really
strategy. Yeah, very
you
good
can
strategy.
spend the time kind of figuring it out. Because okay, endgame theory is useful and there's definitely a lot of concrete positions, but there's just concrete calculation I think is just more important.
Oh,
And
yeah, yeah. I remember this story long time ago. I was playing this French league, and there was some one of the boards. There was some theoretical knight end game. I think it was, yeah.
Mhm.
And I'm just saying and saying, okay, this is theoretical game, and it's a draw. And there was this French grandmaster Christian Bauer. He was there, and I'm standing next to me, and I just tell him, but this is a draw, right? And he says, I don't know. And I'm looking at him, what do you mean you don't know? But this is theoretical, like this is a theoretical position. He says, you know, I don't know a lot of theoretical positions, And I'm like, what? I mean, he was over 2600, like super
Yeah.
strong guy and everything. Like, what are you talking about? How can you not know theoretical positions? He says, nah, I just calculate.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
It can
he
work.
just calculates till the end and figures out what it is. It's a draw, it's not a draw. He doesn't know if it's theoretical or not. He doesn't know the position. He should have this knowledge, let's say, chess culture and stuff, but he doesn't, and he makes his way and he survives by pure calculation and just figures it out. So yeah, you sometimes can get away with a lot of calculation. All right, rook b2. This one is hanging. Okay, king e7. Okay, what he's trying to do is like, if white takes, then there is check and rook here, going after the pawn. And black will win a pawn.
And even that is probably a theoretical draw.
Well, I mean, if black wins a pawn, that will be massive for him.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I think these are okay. Felix will play forever, and at some point there'll be a mistake. But I think
Yeah.
this one is probably actually close to a draw.
I mean,
I think these positions are really really difficult to play.
yeah, yeah. They're not theoretical, and you have a lot of extra details that, okay, I mean, because of the pawn structure being
Yeah,
peculiar. So, but no, I mean, white shouldn't really go for this. Yeah. I mean, but
no,
otherwise, if
but like usually if it's like an A pawn, so it's further from the king, and the black king is not quite as stuck, then those ones are usually a draw. With the weird black king, it's
yeah,
probably
the fact that there's a c pawn actually helps black because that can be supported by the
yeah,
close
I
enough.
guess.
Close enough and not abandon the king side. So
Mhm.
okay, but the threat is now king e6, king d5. Now what does white do? So now you see the exposure of the second file. Like imagine the king being on like this pawn being back, then there's no take on a2 with check, yeah, but this exposes the king.
Yeah, he already has to think about what to do. But I mean, I guess I don't know.
Maybe he just waits, and when king e6 happens, then rook d2, threatening check. Oh yeah, he waits, king f1, and avoids this check, yeah.
Mhm.
Now he threatens to take.
Is there some G5 things
Okay, g5 maybe just take.
and then King E6?
All right, take again.
Take on e5.
Maybe there. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
It gets a bit hairy, but no. But I was actually, and probably doesn't work. I was tempting by some positional stuff like this,
Mhm.
but probably white just gets too many pawns.
Yeah.
So probably it's too much.
King F.
No, but still, king e6, rook b4, and take on a2, and this is still vulnerable. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he can go this rook b6, and if king d5, rook b7, maybe that's counterplay.
Yeah, this is not. Listen.
So, and another idea is to go for the c5 pawn like this. But this, I think, is, I mean, giving white a passed pawn and just everything's defended, and I don't know. I mean, the king won't be let to d5 because rook d4 can always cut it off.
So where do you put you leave the a pawn on a4?
Yeah, just
Yeah.
a4.
Okay. Hmm.
I mean, okay, maybe still can press some cut off the king and I don't know, a5 or maybe this first. c5, maybe not. Okay, maybe something still. Maybe I should
Yeah,
go
this is not. Yeah. I mean, yeah, c5 and some rook c4 maybe.
like this, maybe, but okay.
Yeah.
Still some defensive work for white. So yeah, he needs to decide like which pawn to go after because this one is hanging, so he needs to decide which one he will take.
Mike Rahal, international master, says maybe capture on a2 and go king d5, e4, e3, and the black rook hits f7. Yeah, I was actually tempted by that, but I don't think you can mate him that way.
What was the line? So
So rook b4.
he played
Uh,
rook a4. But when rook
I
before,
guess it
like
would have been before king f1, I guess.
before this.
Yeah, so rook take rook a2.
No, but this he was winning a pawn, yeah, not this.
Yeah, we're not getting there. But there is some position where we can get into d5, right?
No, but this was this maybe, yeah.
Yeah. So
But
rook
then I thought it
b7
could be 7
and
and
then
king
king e4.
e4.
Yeah, I was looking at this, but I think he has just. I think if he just goes for g3, he doesn't get mated.
Oh, but even take first and then
King e3 and then
take more.
rook a. Yeah, it's just too
Yeah,
much.
but I mean, okay,
It's
you're not getting.
Yeah, I think you just got to draw, but
Yeah, you can draw, but
or
just
maybe even yeah,
wasted too many pawns.
yeah.
Okay, so he keeps the
I think this is
10th.
what you try in a blitz game, though.
Yeah,
You just
yeah.
go for mate.
Blitz game without increment
Yeah.
because he can risk losing. Okay, so he defends. He just wants to get the king again. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I assume king f. Well, actually, you shouldn't play king f2. You should play king e1, right? There's no reason to repeat and put the king
Then
back on the second rank.
how do you rook d2 now? Or what?
Yeah. And then, well, okay, why has a plan here of just putting the king on b2? Or even b3, actually.
No, but the thing is that okay, if you get the king too far, then maybe I switch to some transformation,
Yeah, it's
and
not.
then the king is maybe too far from the king side. I don't know. Maybe you should just go g3 and just secure the king side somehow, and the pawn and everything, and then okay, g3. There you go. H6 or some g5 ideas. But
Does it ever have, let's say, let's just say king e1 here, g5. He ignores it, king d1.
But then I have idea maybe of taking and pushing.
Yeah, this is what I was
Take this
curious
one.
about. Is this a real threat, or is it just not?
I mean, keeps the game going, yeah.
Yeah.
And the longer the game goes, the higher his chances because white has very little time.
Mm-hmm.
Very little time and problems to solve. Okay, king f2. G5. I was curious about h4, in fact. If you attack it, I defend, and maybe, I don't know. Maybe he didn't want to have the king on the.
So is g5? What happens if h4 here? Or is it just
Now?
it doesn't make any difference? Well, it's probably worse for white, right?
No, but now it's, I mean, maybe even g4, there is an idea like, this is weak.
Okay,
And
yeah.
at some point, something happens. I don't know. Again, needs to be checked, like how exactly. Yeah, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
no,
But
g5
I was
keep.
thinking maybe h4 g5, and if I just take on f4, then the h pawn maybe hangs in those lines as well.
Yeah, yeah, true. I mean, yes, but still, I mean,
Okay.
even something
Yeah.
like this,
But
yeah.
this is not, well, yeah.
I don't know. Again, it should be drawish, but again, it's a progress for black. Pawn up, yeah. Pawn up.
Yeah.
No, g5 is natural. That's why he played h6 at least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean,
But
there
yeah,
is
you
also.
kind of it feels like the rook is starting to maybe get a bit overloaded as well, because it has to stop king d5, it has to protect
Yeah,
c5 at some point, it has to protect a2, and in
yeah, yeah.
general, like three things is too many for the rook to do.
Yes,
Like
yes, yes.
it could do two, but it struggles to do three.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, g5. So we see now White's idea. What was White's idea of the king f2? Because it was clear that g5 was coming. So what he had in mind. I mean, I don't know if this is an idea to create a passed pawn. And at the same time liquidate I mean, simplify the position.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is natural. And now what? Thing is that the king is problematic. It's
Yeah.
very exposed. I mean, on the second rank, or the third rank.
Yeah, and the pawn's not very fast as well.
I mean, it can get fast, but you probably
Yeah, but
have
I mean,
to
like, the king has time to grab a
you have
pawn
to
at any
swap
point.
it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Okay, b3 is coming, but okay, maybe it's a bit problematic. Yeah, maybe rook h2. Some strange lines. Yeah, strange lines. But this requires like super exact calculation and even courage to go for these lines. Again, I keep saying this. It's like the trend has been very negative for White after the transition to an endgame because he was doing well, middle game, easy play, safe play, and suddenly he needs to defend and calculate under time pressure. So it's not a good trend, and this is dangerous.
Yeah, it's dangerous. I'm just checking with the engine briefly every now and again,
Uh-huh.
and he still has plenty of moves that keep equal. So it's usually once you get into the territory of it's like you have like one move that
Uh-huh.
keeps equality, then you're in real trouble.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
But at the moment he has like basically still anything. King E2, King E3, H4, H3 are all still equal
Now,
according to
and
fusion.
this idea of FGH 4.
Um,
I
okay,
can also
it
see.
doesn't like this, but maybe this is just
No, this one says zero. So I mean, this one I switched on leeches.
yeah.
This also is okay. Okay, but still doesn't mean that his life is easy because he needs to choose
No,
from.
but I mean that's the problem is like everything is fine until it's not, and then you
Exactly.
still have
Yeah.
to yeah, you still have to figure out. I mean, it's harder because there's a lot of plausible looking moves as well.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
not
H3.
like H3 again is still fine, but that feels a bit. It feels like he's not sure.
Yeah.
It's not H3 is not the move you make if you're like confident in
No,
how
no, you're
you're
right.
supposed to play this. No evaluation bar. I like it without. Good work. Thank you, Chris Wainscott. We're checking the engine every now and again just to keep an eye on the score, but we're mostly
Yeah.
unplugged for this, which I think is fun. I think it's more interesting to well, okay, to follow your thoughts, less so mine. But
So what happens? Okay, if king e6, there is always rook d2, I suppose. Yeah.
yeah, I thought maybe you start with you can't really start with rook a5 because he takes on b4. Yeah.
No, I mean somehow to fit in b3 and gf and king e6 somehow to make it all work.
Yeah, we need an extra move, I think. If we have one more extra move.
Yeah, well, that would be nice.
Um but yeah, we can't go rook a5 because he always just takes on b4 and okay, it's probably a race, but I think that should be holdable. And if we go king e6, then he plays rook d2, threatening rook d6. So we probably have to go back there. Although maybe not.
So wait, okay, you go rook a5, yeah?
No, let's start with king e6 first.
Okay, king e6, rook d2, yeah?
Yeah, and rook a5. Just
No, but then you lose the
yeah,
pawn.
I'm giving that one away. I'm gonna take the other one.
You want to take the other one?
Yeah, but I wanted it this way rather than with the giving up the b pawn.
No, this I don't think
It's
it's.
not.
I
Yeah,
mean,
this is
king
not a
is
thing,
cut
is it?
off. Rook b6 come. I don't think here there's something. No, I mean, for me, it's like more
Okay,
what.
but okay,
what
let's just play that one out just so I can see it.
yeah.
Okay, so b3, b2,
Yeah, now, whatever, really. I mean, c6.
and king d8, king c8.
I don't know. G4, maybe. Take or something. Take
Yeah,
h4.
it's just never anything, right? No.
Ah, it's a draw.
Yeah.
No, I mean, what I think is kind of probably better is like
Okay, he just went for rook a5.
he went to they went for this, yeah. Yeah, this is what I was going to say, okay, and then go after the pawn. This I think is much more promising. I mean, you win a
Okay, yeah.
pawn. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
and probably, I mean, okay, he should probably go king f3 and then go fg h4 to create a passed pawn for some counterplay, I think.
Mhm.
Some sort of okay, if that weakens e5, but
That probably doesn't matter too much now, right?
no, but I mean he's playing on increments, so
Yeah.
Yeah, must go back. And then rook c3. Okay, black wins the pawn. That's
Okay, but
massive success.
so there's no way to play king d4, rook g3, rook b6. This is just too many pawns.
Yeah, but I don't know. Well, we'll see soon if what he thinks about it. But maybe it's not that awful. Maybe check first, and then this.
Hmm. And then you can't take on f4. Okay, it's the triple. Well, I mean the triple pawns might not be so bad, but
No, but
you'd
I
lose the
think
h pawn as well.
this is
Yeah,
already good for white.
yeah, yeah. So you have to take on h3
When here,
instead of taking on f4. You can still take
okay,
on
but this is
h3.
again good for white. I think.
Yeah, this runs.
I mean,
Well, we're still gonna have g3, g4. Sorry.
no, but okay, some rook f6. I go that one.
And
I mean, it's again, without the king, I don't think it's possible to win.
yeah.
But
Okay.
so I
Okay, he
mean,
went back to f2
okay,
again.
okay, king f2. I think it's already. I mean, let's. I'm still again curious if king d4 is that. Oh, that's also a draw. Okay, he wants to go gf, rook f3, rook b6, rook f4, king e3. Okay, this is weird. Yeah, I mean, giving up a pawn, but again, some sort of a draw. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Okay,
felt.
king f2. Yeah, now just to get the rook there somewhere. Yeah. But there is the option to take on h3 as well, gf and rook h3.
But doesn't that end up in the same kind of thing? Or no?
Okay, Renji wants to go rook c3, but probably this.
Yeah, the engine's pretty useless here. It's just everything's just
Yeah. No, but again, this like the decision. Okay, there are two ways. Okay, like one is rook c3 and go after this one. The other one is to take this one. Yeah, but maybe white can take with a rook. Maybe that's king e6, rook h4. Still, black will likely win a pawn, or maybe not.
yeah.
Maybe not. Okay, rook c3, so he goes after this one. Yeah?
Okay, so we want to. Should we start with the check?
No, but I think it's better to go this and this directly to cut off the king.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Is
So rook d4.
take
Maybe
this.
now take. I don't know if it makes a difference. But take anyway with the pawn, yeah? And maybe if you take on h3, rook d6. So this doesn't work. And if you take on c5, rook d6 again, and rook f6. So this is just, again, not very useful. If he takes immediately, rook d6 again, yeah? You know, game of chess, what a tricky game. Yeah, I mean, g5 was useful in so many ways, like weakening f4 and so on, but it also weakened h6, and now you're paying the price. Typical stuff.
Yeah, but he has to. I mean, I guess it's not actually that hard to find as well because he. Well, okay, he does have choices, but everything is kind of okay here as well.
Well,
He
this
has
I
to.
find,
He definitely has to be more active now.
yeah, but this, like everything being okay in situation like this, you don't feel that in a game.
No,
When you're
but
sitting here with white, you don't feel like everything is fine.
yeah, because the mindset problem is that he's been passive for a lot of moves, and he's been just kind of shuffling the king, and then all of a sudden
Yeah, he
he
needs to change the tempo. Yeah.
like King G2, for example, is maybe even getting
Okay,
you
it
into
will
trouble
be eight.
already.
I guess the idea is to go there.
Yeah, it's just the same idea, right? And also, I guess he stops. Well, I guess King F8 was never really an issue because you just go after the
Nah,
C pawn, but maybe he thought some ways it's possible.
maybe it was possible to give check, as you say, and if king e6, then go down there, and then with when rook h, this is a threat, but then there is a danger of the king coming to d5 and e4. So maybe no,
What
maybe
happens if we just do that anyway?
so what?
If we just go King E6 here?
No, but king e6, rook d8,
Yeah, I guess.
and this is the problem. Yeah, I cut off and
Okay, but then yeah, it's still the
yeah, but
same.
I give the check
Yeah,
and you cut
yeah,
off, and
yeah.
then I would regain the pawn. It's
Interesting.
okay. Rook c5, rook h8.
No,
So
none of our shenanigans. He just takes
nah.
on. It just goes for the H6. Yeah, this.
No,
I
but
think
now
this is a
we'll
bit
get
more human as well.
yeah, we'll get more faster moves now because white has 1 minute, black has 6, so play should be faster now. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, how can black pose some problems here? The problem is again the king. Maybe so king e6 and king d5. I don't know if that makes sense. Or is maybe too much. I don't know. Probably it's too much. Because you can't save the pawns. Yeah, I mean, yeah, well. Best case scenario, somehow like in this line, let's insert takes king e4, rook f7, take. Best case scenario, black wins the pawn. But even like that should be a draw.
Rook E5.
Yeah, or some rook e7,
Yeah, there's just never.
something like this. Yeah, some checks. Should be eventually a draw, but
Okay, but King G5 here.
if check, you go there, again check, king g6. Okay, like I said, best case scenario, win a pawn.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Yeah, yeah. Maybe rook f6, king g5. Okay, yeah, maybe just loses a pawn. Maybe that's a like I don't know if it works, but
Okay, wait. We have
so
some
he gave
moves.
check, king e3. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this king e6 idea was working or not. Maybe rook a but what do we say about the game? How did it finish?
Um, it- I don't know. It looks like the kings are on this.
No, but the kings will be in the center, but on which squares?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm trying to see. I can see the kings in the center, but it looks like they're on different colors. So it should be a draw. Um, should we wait for a confirmation? Or yeah, I don't.
No, I mean, I don't mind staying for a bit longer because this probably should finish. Well, I mean, it finished already, so it's like, yeah.
I'm just like, yeah, I guess. Okay, Rook G3. Oh, did he blunder? No.
Ah, he went king d4. Huh?
Okay, we're Ah, he blundered, I think. I think I see it.
Are we back live? Yeah.
He
All right. All right.
Okay, so the game
Okay.
has finished. We're still on the delay, but we've lost the camera. Oh, they're saying draw in chat. But hmm.
Okay. I mean, King D4. I
Okay,
don't know why.
Rook. Okay, so Rook G3. We're into the only move territory, but okay, it's not that difficult to find.
Okay, Rook G3, Rook H6, right?
Yeah.
And going after this pawn.
Yeah, but it's not like what else? You can't really play F takes G5 unless he did.
Yeah, that's what they play this. Okay, so
Oh, yeah, he played Rook H6. Ah, yeah, this is. It does seem like it's gonna be a draw, right?
yeah, just
Okay.
chopping off a lot of pawns. Yeah.
Yeah, there's just no way to keep stuff on the board.
And okay, the black's main problem is the king. Yeah, I mean the king cannot get active role in the game.
Yeah.
So
Well,
mm,
okay. Tough day at the office for Felix. Not a disaster because there's a long tournament and he's on.
well,
Also,
yeah,
the leaders dropped a half point each as well, so no one's on
no, I
180.
mean basically if he wants to win the tournament, he needs to beat the leaders in the direct duels. So
Yeah.
he probably gets white in the next round because I think he got two blacks. No, he got white black. Okay, so probably white in the next round.
Hmm.
Yeah, okay, GF, Rook C6. Okay, this should be fairly straightforward draw because these pawns after Rook F6 will just start falling off and the king is cut off. That's the main issue.
Yeah.
So,
And yeah,
yeah, I mean, I have an
that's it.
impression that he got some chances in this endgame. I'm not, I mean, probably, I mean, from a human perspective, not from an
Yeah.
engine perspective, probably it was always a 0-0.
Hmm.
But from a human perspective, he got some chances, but well, the margin of error in chess is big. So even if your opponent doesn't play well or the best moves at all times, if they start playing good moves from some point, you still can't win, even if you get some advantage or chances or whatever. So it happens. But I want to check this line that I was looking at, GF, this one, King E6. I don't know what the engine says. Check King D5. Ah, it's just some crazy line. Check and E6. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of yeah E6.
Yeah.
Just Rook C2 and then take on E6, but I guess it's just not enough.
Yeah, take on G5. But this is amazing. Like, this is what the engine says, like, okay, check. Okay, and this is amazing. Okay, check and EF7. And draw by
Yeah,
perpetual.
it's still a draw.
Wow, this is amazing.
This is the way it should have ended. And we
Then
would have
they're
been
going
amazed.
directly for a fair play check. Yeah. Okay, but my idea was actually to try to get the king active. So this. Ah, but now rook d8. Yeah, that's correct. They're not letting me go through. But
Yeah.
if I went through, is that losing? Even that is not losing after rook f6. Okay, this is the one we were looking at. E6.
Yeah, it's just
This is the one we were looking at. There's this. And just give up the pawn, and the engine makes a draw. But okay, this is already a success for white.
for black.
Oh well. No, but this is okay. Yeah, that's engine stuff, yeah.
Yeah, this doesn't. Okay, I think maybe this is where they agree to draw. Because we haven't had any moves to roll.
I mean, okay, rook g6 can try maybe. But
Just rook c3 maybe? Or
yeah, I don't think anything because the king still can't
check.
join. There is always a check.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine. Okay, well, that was an interesting game. I enjoyed it. Thank you for
Yeah, yeah.
commenting.
All right, rook
Oh,
g1.
we still have moves.
Yeah, I hope the
There's
viewers
some
enjoyed it too.
repetition here then, because it seemed I don't think we're gonna get too many more moves.
Well, if he starts giving checks, but okay, he may hide to f8, g7. No, but I think rook f6 and
Ah, yeah, rook f6 should. I'm trying to see what, like, what's the move where you offer the draw as white here? Maybe it's rook f6.
no, I mean you don't offer a draw, you're pawn down, so you just play.
Yeah, but you could play rook f6. Okay, I'm winning the pawn. Like, although I guess maybe, yeah, yeah. I don't know. This doesn't seem that clean to me.
What I mean, rook f6.
Well,
I mean, you can even
I
go.
mean, it's not. It doesn't seem so straightforward that you should just immediately agree a draw against someone lower rated.
No, but I mean the pawns are falling. I mean,
Yeah, but like I feel like you grab h3 and then you can maybe get e5 as well. If
that's
you
a
end up
big
with some,
maybe. That's a big maybe.
unless they're repeated here. I don't know.
Okay, and then he moves the king, and then what? Maybe rook h1, yeah, but so maybe to c4.
Yeah, like is this so? Is this so obvious? Still, I don't
Yeah,
know.
king c4. How do you continue? Rook h1 or what?
He went to c3 and then
He
rook
went to
f1.
c3, and then rook f1. Okay, and then
So
and maybe he wants to do something like this, yeah.
yeah, this is. That's what I mean. It's not. I get that it's basically always a draw, but
I mean,
it's
not sure now. I mean, maybe it is, but I mean, it's becoming scary, you know?
yeah, yeah. It just. I mean, maybe they did actually just play it out. It's just we don't have the. We have the delay and it's taking its time, but it feels like at this point you just played to bare kings as well, unless there's some
No, but okay,
repetition.
white can just go back, and like if you push, I get close, and I mean the king is cut off, and I can take on f5 at any point I want.
Yeah.
So it's not like I need to hurry collecting these pawns. I can just get the king, and then
Maybe this is so he went back to d4
yeah.
anyway.
So you can't make progress. Like when the king is closed, then I can start munching pawns.
Yeah, there's nothing here. So I guess this is probably where they repeat.
Yeah. And if now let's look f3, now maybe I can take. And now there's no point because check, you have to go back.
Yeah. Okay. So, Alex,
Yeah.
where can people find you if they want to see more content from you?
Yeah, more content. My
They
YouTube channel.
enjoyed your commentary today. You have a YouTube channel, a very good YouTube channel.
And
I should be the one who promotes your YouTube channel.
yeah, you should
You
be the
have
one who brought. Yeah.
you have some very good opening videos. I think you guys should check out Alex's YouTube channel, which is I think GM Alex Colovic.
Yeah.
It's also in the chat somewhere. You have some very good like mini opening repertoires that are super helpful for people who just want to not
Yeah, people love them. Yeah.
spend like hours and hours learning a new opening, things that you can like play at a tournament that you're about to play, and
Yeah. Yeah.
you're yeah, you've got some great ideas, some kind of creative stuff I've used in my own games. I've won some games
There you
because of
go.
them.
What can be a better advertisement? Yeah.
Exactly.
What can be a better advertisement than using
I've
them?
also lost some games because no, that's not true. I usually lose games because of my own openings. Um, and you're also one of the most prolific Chessable authors. You're also the first Grandmaster to be a
Yeah.
Chessable author, if I remember
Yeah.
correctly.
That's a nice like story. Yeah. We'll
Yeah.
probably tell it another time because it takes some time to tell it. Yeah, but yeah, I'm
Yeah.
there. I'm maybe already like I think this year it's 10 years. Maybe I'm not sure, but maybe it's 10
Wow,
years this year.
that's crazy. And you've got a
Yeah.
new chessable course coming out next week?
Yep. Friday the 13th, the Caracan hits heavily.
What kind of Karukan repertoire is it?
Well, it's again my first opening repertoire aimed at post beginners, intermediate players. But
Hmm.
actually, it's very. I mean, I really explored it very deeply, and I think I have really two big theoretical revelations in a way because even for my level, I mean included because one is in the classical variation. Okay, knight c3, d4, knight e4. I propose this line with bishop f5, and the well-established theoretical position a bit later on. I found this very surprising move, quite ambitious, and it's almost never played. So that's one big revelation. And the other one is in the advanced variation, which is quite popular, this short system, knight f3, bishop e2, where again I discovered some very, very rare move which holds very nicely for black and it avoids all the masses of theory. So I'm quite proud of the course because like I would use those ideas myself. Like it's really really good quality stuff for myself.
Yeah,
It's
I actually looked through one of your my first opening
uh-huh.
repertoires. I think it was the D4 one, and
Yeah.
I was surprised at how interesting the positions were for like even for me, and how kind of playable this stuff. Like I haven't actually tried those ones in
Yeah.
any real games, but I think I tried something else from like one of the E4 repertoires
Uh-huh.
against.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, there's some really cool ideas in there, and because it's like the repertoire's aimed at beginners, then it's like super easy for a stronger player to just, okay, I can play through this, I can figure out some
Yeah.
ideas,
Yeah.
and then I can actually just play it immediately. So yeah, I think those repertoires are really interesting.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's irrelevant of the level I'm aiming the repertoires at. I always do the analytical job properly and for my level, basically.
Hmm.
So the quality is always there.
Yeah,
So I may adjust an idea or two or something, but the quality is always there. So it's like you're getting good stuff always. So
yeah.
I think it's good. And yeah, I'm really excited about this Caracan course because I like the ideas that I came up with.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, so they've definitely they played this out. I think this is correct. You should just play out until
play
okay, you
out
don't
into
necessarily have to trade the F and the E pawns. That's a bit much, but play the rest of it out.
yeah,
But even then, here, like, shouldn't you play the king and pawn and like just like king e6 and takes and see what this is?
yeah,
Oh,
but then
this is
you
a
lose.
loss. This loses
Oh,
immediately.
see, yeah, you lose. Yeah, no, but you give the check and then you take and take. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Okay, maybe this is what happened then.
yeah, this is what
You
happened.
get
Yeah.
you get all the
Oh,
pawns back.
he played f2 and gave it up, and
Yeah.
yeah, well, good effort, but yeah, probably the position offered too little along the way. Even though he got some chances, but still not easy. Yeah, you get like a 400 rating difference, and you still can't create anything substantial for a whole game. And
Yeah, I
I
mean it's
really,
tough.
I mean, it would be curious actually to know his thoughts, like why does I mean after the game, what would his thoughts be? Like, why did he think that he didn't get any winning chances? Would he blame it on the opening? Would he blame it on some choice that he got into this pawn structure after ef5? Would he blame it on something else? It would be interesting to know, like, what he thinks is the reason for not getting winning chances against an opponent against whom he should be expected to win. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean to be fair, like I think Jason played a near
No,
perfect
no, no.
game
He
here.
played well, of
Like
course.
just
But from the grandmaster's perspective, what would be
yeah,
the
yeah.
explanation why he did not get even close to winning?
Hmm. No, it's a very interesting question because okay, yeah, he should be able to create some kind of a mess, and he did the previous draw he dropped to Zachary was not that kind of game at all. Like he had like Felix had a completely winning position and just got
Uh-huh.
made some mistakes in time trial, which happens. This is just a
Uh-huh.
game thing. So, but this is a very different game. So yeah, it would be very interesting to see kind of his thoughts on how this one played out because I think the French is a decent choice to
No, no, it was.
beat
I mean,
lower rate
obviously,
players. I think the advanced federation you should be kind of reasonably happy to see that on the board, and
yes.
then And then Jason just played really good chess, I think. I
Yeah,
mean, he was
yeah,
a
yeah,
bit
yeah,
passive at points, but
yeah,
he
yeah.
didn't make a blunder. He didn't make any real mistakes. I would
No,
guess
no, and
it's
this is the surprising part. I mean, really, I felt that in the end game he was on the defensive in the rook end game.
Mhm.
But even there, I don't think he ever made. I mean, we didn't check with the engine all the time, but I don't think he was objectively in any danger in any point. From a human perspective, it looked like he was in some sort of danger, but he navigated all that with little time on the clock. It was really impressive. So, I mean, nothing to blame yourself. Like if you're Felix, you don't like what more can you do? But still, he
Yeah,
should probably draw some conclusions from this game why he didn't get the winning chances.
yeah, and it's yeah. I mean, this one is actually kind of tough, I think, because I'm not sure what point he should just lash out and make a mess because it's not. As someone who's always looking to do that, there was no obvious moment where I'm like, okay, G5 is
Exactly.
obviously the move.
Exactly. That's the main problem. There is no, I don't think there was a problem. There was a moment where you could do something, you can complicate things. I don't think there was a moment like that.
Yeah,
As we were following, I don't think I couldn't see a moment where you could kind of create some sort of things. It was all too controlled at all times.
yeah.
So,
Well, well,
well,
hopefully Felix will be back tomorrow. He's back in at 10:30 a.m. European
morning
time,
game, yeah.
or maybe 10:30 a.m. Irish time, probably. So Central time, Central European time. So he's got a double round tomorrow, which is
Oh,
fun. And there are someone's commentating tomorrow, as I'll be told in a minute.
Jose Barrios.
International Master Jose Barrias. Nope, nope, nope. Thank you,
Costa
producer
Kawunski.
in my ear. Tomorrow it will be International Master Kostya Kowicki from the Chess Dojo.
Nice,
So, but
nice.
he's not done the morning game, right? He's doing the evening game. Okay.
Evening. Yeah. Nobody wants to do morning game, even the players. Come on.
I want to do morning games. This is the only time I want to do
You're
any
the morning
chess,
person.
yeah, I love mornings.
I love
Okay, thank you very much, Alex, for joining us for
it.
commentary.
Yeah,
Good luck
thanks,
to
Mike.
Felix for the rest of the
Yeah.
tournament, and anyone gets a chance to go to Sligo, you should check it out. Check out the seaweed baths.
The see with bats. That's the one. Yeah.
They'll
Thanks.
change your life and your chess.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks for reminding us. Yes. Thank you.
Bye,
Cheers.
guys.
Bye, guys. Bye.